So if, got it, okay. This is just Qigong. I don't know, yeah, if you want to record this, you can record it. So easy pose is just, you're gonna sit in whatever is easy to you. So if that means you're sitting in a chair, great. If that means you're sitting on the ground, great, right? But I do want you sitting, and I do want you rooted in your sit bones. Okay, and feel the top of your skull. And what I would like you to do is just take your chin and just drop your chin about like a ½ inch. So that top of your skull is pointed all the way towards the heavens. Couple of good deep breaths here. So keep your eyes closed, and as you're breathing, I want you to imagine and connect to your lungs. Now, your lungs, I know you guys know where they are, but they sit just below the collarbone, and they're like two big, large balloons. And I want you to feel inflating your lungs and deflating your lungs. Now with your eyes closed, 21 times, I want you to look at your left lung. Physically move your eyes behind your eyelids, move it to look at your left lung, and then move your eyes to look at your right lung. 21 times. Left lung, right lung. Left lung, right lung. And as you're looking back and forth between your lungs, just kind of notice what you're seeing. If they're saying anything to you, if they're talking. Sometimes the lungs have a lot to say. And whenever you're done looking at either the lungs, give them a good smile. Smile at them. When was the last time you smiled at your lungs? They've done a lot over the past 18 months with COVID. They've done a lot. Okay, so now what you're going to do, open your eyes, and I want you to watch me for a second. So you're going to spread your hands, turn your hands outwards, reach up, 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 and look at that space between your hands. Look at the space between your hands. I want you to bend your elbows just a little bit. And as you're looking at the space between your hands, if you can keep about 2-3 inches between that space, look up between it and just kind of breathe. Chin up. I want you to extend that trachea. Drop your shoulders back just a little bit to really open up that space. And the sound of the lungs is S, right behind the teeth. So inhale and push that air out as you're looking up. You can drop your shoulders just a little bit. Open the chest just a little bit. And you're going to do this at your own pace. And you're just going to do this 3 times. Inhale. Exhale the sound. Inhale. Exhale the sound. And whenever you're finished, I'd like you to place your hands on your knees. And just sit and take a couple of good breaths. And just what do you notice? You don't have to vocalize, but just kind of what do you notice with it? But feel that circulation and notice where you feel the circulation. Notice where you're getting tense. Notice if there's anything catching in your arms or your back. Okay, very good. Now we're going to look at our heart for a second. So your heart is a companion to the lungs. They're neighbors, they sit right next to each other. So with your eyes closed 21 times, left and right, I want you to look at the left chamber of the heart and the right chamber of the heart. Back and forth 21 times. And when you're done with your 21, looking left and right, and you need to be moving your eyes with this. We have to engage your nervous system. So actually move your eyeballs left, right, as you're looking at the two sides of the heart. And then when you're done, give them a smile. If you're feeling frisky, you can even wink at them. That's what the heart's all about. Okay, very good. So what I'm going to have you do is you're going to reach in front of yourself with your hands. You're going to interlock your fingers. And to the best of your ability, you're going to turn it around. Bring your hands up and you're going to lean just a little bit to the left. Or sorry, you're going to lean a little bit to the right. Big leg. You're going to lean a little bit to the right. So lean a little bit to the right. Take a deep breath in. And the sound of the heart is hey. I want you to actually verbalize it. So good breath in.
Can you say that again? Because you cut out. What was the sound?
Hey, H-E-E-E-E-E. So, and I'll type this in the chat box so you can see it if I cut out again. But the sound is hey. And verbalize that for yourself. See if you can feel it. I want you to see if you can feel it in your arms, if you can feel that sound in the cavity. See if you can get the heart to vibrate a little bit. And at your own pace, you're going to do it 3 times. And when you're done, you're going to relax your arms and put your arms on your knees again. Your hands on your knees. And just rub your knees, warm up your knees, right? Because hopefully we're starting to circulate like a little bit of heat here. Very good. So let's connect to our liver for a second. When was the last time you connected to your liver? When you weren't drinking, right? So let's see if we can connect to the liver a little bit. Liver, it's a large organ. It takes up a lot of real estate. And do you guys know where your liver is or no? No? Okay. So why don't we actually feel our liver for a second? So you can actually feel your liver. And where it's going to sit, it's your rib cage on the right side. So feel just where your rib cage is, right? Because your rib cage is going to come down like a butterfly. So feel where your rib cage is. You can actually stick like a finger up under that and bend forward just a little bit. And your liver is going to sit, no, so not behind, your liver is going to be in front, right? So like actually, like another way to find it is find the nipple line, wherever kind of your nipple is. Come straight down from the nipple line to right under where the rib is, and then you can like bend forward and your liver sitting right behind that on the right side. And it's a big organ. We're going to be looking at each of these guys, right? The liver, it's kind of the garbage disposal of the system. But if the liver were a person, it would be Grace Jones. And you're going to learn about like why she's Grace Jones this afternoon. So the sound of the liver, though, I just put it in the chat box. It's shh. It doesn't have the same vibrational force that the heart does, but it says shh. Okay, so what we're gonna do is root your sit bones, point the cranium up to the sky, drop your chin just a ½ inch, close your eyes, and look at your liver. Now that you know where she's sitting, and left and right, like 21 times, look at the liver. Kind of look her over, give her a gander. You know, like in New York, how we sit on the train and we people watch each other, and it's not necessarily rude to give someone the once over if you're really interested in them. Be interested in the liver. Look at her left and right. Be sure that you're moving the eyeballs though, because this engages the nervous system differently. And whenever you're ready, we're actually going to do the same motion that we did for the heart. So you're going to bring your arms out in front of you, interlock your fingers, reverse, over the head, lean to the right just a little bit because you just want to open up that rib cage, open up that like whole side. Give it a stretch, inhale, and on the exhale, it's going to be that sound that shh.
Pardon me. So if the liver is on the right, do we tilt to the left or do we tilt towards the right?
You tilt toward the left. Thank you for that correction. You tilt towards the left because you want to open up the right side. You want to open up the right side and give that liver as much breathing space as possible. You want to oxygenate it. We don't want to crimp or style. So, and you're going to do that sound again 3 times in this position. And then same thing, whenever you're done, come back to center, drop your arms, warm up your knees. There's a family style called Master Dong, who he survived the Chinese Cultural Revolution by fleeing to Taiwan. And in his family system, the knees actually have a direct correspondence to the heart. So a lot of times it's important that we warm up our knees. So warm up the knees is a sneaky little way of warming up the heart as well. Very good. So let's connect to our spleen. So let's absolutely connect to the spleen. Now the sound of the spleen, putting it in the chat box for you, right? If you've ever seen any of those combinations of letters before, I'll be surprised.
Okay, sorry, but what is the spleen?
What is the spleen? So, very good. So the spleen actually sits on the left side, right? And what it is an organ that's maybe about the size of like a fist and a half, and it's directly connected to the lymphatic system. Now, in Chinese medicine, when they said spleen, what they most likely meant was the pancreas. Because for us in Chinese medicine, the pancreas has more to do with digestion. But the spleen, whereas remember we just felt on the right side where the liver is, the spleen is almost exactly pitch opposite to that on the left. And again, we'll get into the spleen a little bit more this afternoon. So I'm happy for some of you, this is a first introduction to her. Actually, when I think of the spleen, I think of the spleen more, I don't know, I think of all the organ systems as Harry Potter characters, for better or for worse, right? And so the spleen is a little bit like Ron, you know, but anyways, so the sound of the spleen in this case is going to be twirl, okay? Twirl. I know, it's a weird sound. Jim is like, what the hell is that? Tuo. Tuo. Tuo is the sound, okay? And so what you're gonna do, again, come back to neutral. Couple good deep breaths. Close your eyes. Sit straight up. Drop your chin in a half inch. And look at the spleen. But move your eyes to do that 21 times. Left and right, like look around the spleen. And whenever you're ready, I think at this point, you guys know the movement. So the movement is arms in front, interlock your fingers, flip them around, bring them up, and we're gonna open the left side, which means we're gonna lean to the right. Now, if you guys can round your elbows a little bit more, and it doesn't need to be an overstretch, right? And whenever you're ready, deep breath in, and it's gonna be kind of that weird sound, that And when you've finished, couple good deep breaths, relax, hands on knees. So, and we actually have two more. Do you guys know where your kidneys are? Or you think you know where your kidneys are? So warm up the hands, right? Warm up the hands. Reach around, palms on the kidneys. So it should just be just below the back of the rib cage. And the best way to actually kind of get to the kidneys is to bend forward just a little bit, like arch the spine just a little bit, drop the chin, because those kidneys are tucked up under the back of the rib cage to be protected. And so by bending forward a little bit, it's going to open them up. And in this position, eyes closed, gentle breathing, look at the left kidney and the right kidney. Most of you will have two of them. Left kidney, right kidney, left kidney, right kidney. Now the right kidney, because the liver is so damn big, the right kidney is going to sit a little bit lower than the left kidney, just to accommodate. There's not a lot of real estate space in there. So, and in this position, the sound of the kidney is like a choo-choo train. Choo. So with the head bent, after you've done your 21 left and right, working that optic nerve, 3 good long chews. Chew. After you've done the third one, sit up, hands on knees, rub your knees, and just kind of take a second to see where you're at. Now, there is a system that we recognize in Chinese medicine that's not necessarily recognized in the West. And there's a couple names for it. And one of the common names for it. In English, it's called triple warmer. And it's how we divide the thoracic cavity, top, middle, bottom. That's Lukey, he's on his way out for the day, don't worry. Dog walker just took him, so we don't have to listen to terriers barking.
Say again, please. Triple warmer is the.
So it's the top, middle, bottom. It's how we divide the thoracic cavity. So the top is going to be above the diaphragm. The bottom is going to be in the pelvis. And the middle is that space that exists between the diaphragm and the pelvis. It's the top, the middle, the bottom. They call it the triple warmer, or a lot of times you'll see it called the sanjiao. I just put that in the chat box for you as well. San being 3 in Chinese, jiao being these divisions. Now in Western physiology, sanjiao, triple warmer, I don't know, we think it correlates a little bit more to the lymphatic system, right? But in the sanjiao, in this qigong, we're going to use the sanjiao to circulate everything because they call it the waterways of the kidneys, the waterways of the Mingmen. So the sound of the sanjiao is ha, ha. And so this last qigong movement, you don't need to look at the sanjiao the same way, right? Because you're not gonna eyeball it like it's someone creepy on the subway. What we're gonna do is we're actually gonna try and clear out all systems with it. So to clear out all systems, you're gonna sit up straight, and we're gonna drop your chin a 1/2 inch. You're gonna take your hands, round them, cup your hands so that they're sitting at about your pelvis. You are going to breathe up and raise your hands as you breathe up. Up, 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 up to the top of your head. Flip them. And then as you breathe down, go, ha. Flip your hands, breathe in. Deep breath in to the top of your head. Push them down. You're going to push all that down. Ha. Keep your shoulders relaxed. Last one. Flip your hands up. Good breath in at your own pace. Sip that breath and then down. Keep your eyes closed for just a second. And give your body a little smile. Like really, like giggle at it. When was the last time you giggled at it? So I want to know what your experience of this was. How did this feel? What did you notice in your body? All right, so we're going to spend maybe about like the next hour or so looking at the Western systems, first of all. And we break the Western systems. I mean, there's a lot of them. So, but we're really going to look at the glandular, the circulatory, and the nervous system. So these are the 3 big systems that our yoga interacts with. Now, that being said, what I'm going to cut and paste in the chat box for you here is these are all the systems. So we can see we have the circulatory, the lymphatic, respiratory, digestive, endocrine, nervous, musculoskeletal, immune system, genital urinary. And again, we're not doing a deep dive of each of these because this would just take beyond this weekend. But I do want to give you guys a high level of every single one of these. Now, at the end of the day, I am an anatomy nerd. And the further I go into the medicine, the further I go into the anatomy, and the further I kind of wind up falling in love with the body more and more. So let's actually start with the circulatory system. And so I have like a little nice picture for you here. And what we're going to do is we're going to strip away the bones. We're going to strip away the ligaments. Take this out. I'm going to add the lungs to this because the lungs are technically part of the circulatory system. And so in the circulatory system, we're really looking at the heart, the arteries, the veins, and the capillaries. You know, and the difference between, you know, with arteries, they carry blood from the heart to the small arteries and capillaries. And they have a muscular layer that's responsible for keeping blood pressure balanced. But we can see how much real estate this takes up. And if we start to zoom in a little bit, here we go. Again, the anatomy nerd portion to us. So the red that you see, that's going to be your arteries. The blue that you see is going to be the veins. And so one way that we age gracefully is by keeping pliability in the circulatory system. There are actually different types of muscles in the body, and the circulatory system has its own muscular system. Now, within these guys, there are little flaps, right? So what happens is, you guys know varicosities, those big fat varicose veins that you see in legs sometimes, right? Where it looks like a ropiness behind the leg. So the ropiness behind the leg is when the flaps within the veins and arteries start to become insufficient and blood pools. Because what will happen is the heart has to pump, the blood is going to move through the system, and then in that space, that beat between heartbeats, that rest, it has to hold still. So it's this movement of forward, rest, forward, rest, forward, rest. I don't know if you guys watch the Olympics at all, but have you watched like the archery? Like the archery, the shooters? So when they're doing archery, in order to hit the target, like especially far away, it's a good breath in, pull, you feel the heartbeat, and you release between beats in that moment of quietude. So that movement forward is very yang, and it's not, don't say yang, please don't say yang. It's like nails on a chalkboard, and I swear to God, I'm gonna pick my jugular out if you say yin and yang. It's yang is how we pronounce it, right? So yang is movement, yin is stillness. And so within the circulatory system, we have this beautiful interdependency of yin and yang, where we have this movement and then the stillness between the beats. And so as we kind of look at the circulatory system, you know, we can see how, right, they're intertwined, and it goes to every single part to the body. But there's heavier real estate in some places than others. So you see these big tubes here in the center, right? The aorta coming out from the heart, and let's just like strip here. We'll strip the lungs away for you. So as if we come to the heart, let's see if we can turn our guy. So you see these two branches of the aorta, right? Now, what I can't layer into here because it gets a little complicated is the diaphragm. So the diaphragm, which sits under the lungs and it sits under the heart, there's 3 holes in the diaphragm. One is for your esophagus, and the other 2 are going to be for here, these large veins here, here and here, like in order to complete that venous return. So here, back. This is actually designed for an iPad. It's not designed for the computer, so bear with me. Right, so we can see here how it branches out. I don't know, again, if you're not used to looking at this kind of stuff, it can feel like a little bit foreign, and so I apologize for that. But if we come out a little bit, so what we're looking at is we're looking at the front of the body. This is the front pelvis, and there is a gender difference. I'm not going to say gender difference. Let me take that back. There is a sex difference to this because sex and gender are different. There is a sex difference to this. So those of us who have or have had uteri at one point, have a very different relationship to blood and a very different relationship to the cardiovascular system because of the menstrual cycle every month. And so we can see here in the biological male versus biological female. So here's the female, here's biological male, that the shape of the system is different because the shape of the genitalia is different, both the internal and external. Now, like I was saying, the idea to aging gracefully is to be able to keep, for the most part, pliability within the cardiovascular system. We don't want any sort of hardening with this. And so that's another reason that yoga is so incredibly almost like important for anyone who has cardiovascular disease, because it starts to elongate and relax the entire system. You know, and so the circulatory system delivers nutrients, oxygen to all the organs, and it also collects for delivery any toxins coming out of things like the kidneys, coming liver, lungs. So its job is both to bring new oxygen, so that is to take in the good and release and excrete what we don't need. Now, one of the things, are you guys thinking about cholesterol with this when you look at it? No? Okay, so let me give a just kind of primer on that. So cholesterol is something we need. Cholesterol is a precursor to steroids and hormones that the body needs. And cholesterol is actually something your body creates. Depending on your genetics, you're going to make nice fluffy cholesterol that's like cottony and cloud-like and just like floofy, or you're going to make really dense cholesterol. Now, if you, and you know, like depending on the two, like you'd have to have like a doctor who can read ratios to figure out if you're floofy or if you're dense. So if you're kind of like floofy, that type of cholesterol is a little bit safer, even if it's at higher levels than the dense cholesterol. Because where we start getting into danger with the circulatory system is if it starts to become inflamed. So think about a garden hose, right? And like you want the inside of that garden hose to be really nice and smooth, and it makes it easy to water the garden. The water will go, it's not going to catch, no problem, right? If the inside of the garden hose becomes janky and inflamed, stuff is going to start to collect. And now we're not like excreting unneeded cholesterol because it's starting to plaque and collect at different places within the cardiovascular system. Does this make sense to you guys? Right? So one of the things with like high cholesterol, you can actually have high cholesterol, but if you have low inflammation and a pliable cardiovascular system, it's much less dangerous. And so any of the kind of yoga postural movements that we're doing, you know, one, relaxation with yoga, it's going to help reduce the impact of stress hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline. You know, yoga also, we don't want to put too much pressure on the cardiovascular system in terms of weight, right? Because it has to work harder. The heart has to pump harder through too much weight. So yoga actually kind of help, yeah. And weight really is just like a number. Like I don't even like saying weight, right? So I just like saying like strength. So yoga is going to help with the strength of that. And it's also going to increase the efficiency of blood flow by increasing the number of small peripheral blood vessels. Now, what we actually don't see in this model that I'm showing you guys is the skin. I wish I could show you the skin a little bit more. The skin, the largest organ of your body, because that's what it is, it's an organ, it contains 20% of the blood volume at any given time. So we're going to talk about skin a little bit later, like in relationship to the lungs. The skin is another way that we detox. And the reason that we're able to detox through the skin is because of the capillary system that's actually directly related and innervated by the cardiovascular system. Is this starting to make a little bit of sense to you guys? Right? So, you know, what happens is the skin has this incredible ability, this absolutely incredible ability to make and break small peripheral blood vessels. Think about when you get a bruise, right? You get a punch and then you bruise, like you get impact trauma and there's a bruise. And that area starts to discolor. It's because blood has now bled into the skin tissue, right? Well, that's got to get cleaned up somehow, somewhere. So one way that your body actually cleans up that bruising, that stasis, is by building and breaking smaller parts of the circulatory system to break it up. So, you know, many of the more aerobic sets, such as like heart center sets, like our abdominal strengthening sets, those are all incredibly supportive of this system in particular, right? And one of the mechanisms is that it seems to increase nitric oxide, which helps regulate peripheral blood flow at the cellular level. So the question up here is, how does yoga reduce impact of stress hormones? Well, let's hold that question for the kidney section, okay? That's a better kidney question, which we'll get to. Now, this being said, that like students and you as teachers, you know, need to keep this on your radar, is that students with high blood pressure, you know, are often cautioned against strenuous exercises and tensing of the muscles that might increase blood pressure. And students with low blood pressure, that's the opposite to it, right? They get like a little bit lightheaded. So students with low blood pressure, such as circulation to the extremities, might need to decrease certain yogic postures or move slower through it. But any sort of like the stretch, and like think of like downward dog, right? Like now downward dog, for example, is going to put like a beautiful tensile strength more in like the nervous system, but it also starts to put beautiful tensile strength into the cardiovascular system as well. Again, we're doing really, really, really high level stuff here today, like really high level stuff. But is this making sense to you guys? Do you have questions about this so far?
Cindy had one question.
Yeah, the
Well, I
stress
think
hormone
yeah.
question.
I don't know if you want to go into detail about like, why would downward dog increase tensile, was it tensile strength?
Okay, go into downward dog for us, Cindy.
Okay, right now?
Yep. Mhm. Okay, so I want you guys to look at her posture for a second, right? And if you can see, I don't know if you can see her, but like look at Cindy's posture and look at what's happening to her aorta. So the aorta being like that big fat honker that's sitting behind the solar plexus, she's put it in reverse position. So her heart, she's not using gravity, like her heart is having to push opposite way with this. Do you guys see that in this position?
Okay.
Okay. Do you also see, like in this position, how that back line that she's in is now stretched? The hamstrings are stretched, the arms are stretched, but look at how her shoulders are open. So the opening of the shoulders is going to open and put tensile strength into the upper respiratory system, which directly connects into the circulatory system. You guys see that? And look at how she's having to move her legs to stay in position. Right now, one of the gnarliest things I like doing is putting people in a 7-minute downward dog. Listen, every acupuncturist likes to have, you have to have a little bit of mean in you to be a good acupuncturist, okay? Because what's going to start happening is looking how she's having to move her legs. Now, her legs are acting as a secondary pump to keep her in this position. Okay, now she's been in here for like she's been in here for a couple minutes. So Cindy, why don't you kind of come out of position? Take a couple good deep breaths.
I just put lotion on my hands, so.
Oh, so she's like sliding all over. She's like lubed up and greased. All right, so that was good, even though you're like lubed up and greased.
Thank you.
You're welcome, but how are you feeling that you've come out of position? What are you noticing?
I have to catch my breath, right? I have to bring
Yep.
it back down.
Yep.
So a little increase in my blood pressure, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a little,
And-
but in
and-
respiration rate.
Yeah, and yeah, just a little achiness, right? A little in my hands, but
Well, from like
all good.
like
And now everything's coming back, right?
yeah. So remember how I said stress is not bad.
Yeah.
Right? Like a little bit of stress is good.
It's
We're actually calibrated for stress.
Yes.
It's what's made sure, it's why we live so long, right? You know, like we had, so, you know, and people that don't have stress in their life, by the way, they create stress. They're called drama queens, right? It's like, this is no stress. I'm going to kick up some shit so I have something to push against, right? So we actually need stress, but that's how we build muscle. We stress the muscle, right? We have something to push against. So there's correct stress versus like overstress. But now let's look at the lymphatic system, because that's like an unsung hero. So here's the lymphatic system. So one of the ways to think, let's peel away the skin, peel away the bones, we're gonna peel away the ligament, and we're actually gonna peel away the. So one way that like we talk about the lymphatic system. So the lymphatic system, let's see if we can zoom in here, is kind of think of it like a pearl necklace. And we can see, let's see, we'll zoom in for us. And so what's included in here, there's a couple things that are included in here, like a couple lumps, it looks like. So remember when we were asked like what the spleen is?
Mhm.
There's the spleen, right? This here, it sits right behind the breastplate. That's your thymus gland. And what sits up here, like in the throat, here are your tonsils. So the tonsils, the spleen, and the thymus gland are technically part of the lymphatic system. Now, the issue with the lymphatic system, oh, here we go, we can zoom in a little bit more. They kind of look like these little beans, but you can see there's clusters, right? So there's clusters of lymph nodes. Anywhere there's going to be a bend. Think about it that way. Anywhere there's a bend in the body, there's going to be clusters. So armpit, that's a bend. There's going to be clusters. Where you bend your elbow, we call it one of the popliteal fossas, clusters. Hips, clusters. You bend your neck, clusters. So the lymphatic system is part of the immune system, and it actually encompasses not just the lymph nodes, right, like we're looking at, the tonsils, the spleen, and the bone marrow as well, which is not showing up here. Now, the primary function of the lymphatic system is to return fluids from peripheral tissues back to the circulatory system. So, meaning, let's just be like a little bit, let me give you the example of breast cancer, okay? One of the things, let's see if this is a female. One of the things that we're seeing here, if we do a side view, let's turn her around. So you see how there's lymphatic tissue in the breast itself? So the lymphatic system is about keeping us healthy and clean and trying to lock away viruses and bacteria. And it'll also try and lock away cancer. So for example, like we will, breasts are by biological design to feed future generations, which means that breast milk got to be pretty damn clean. So the lymphatic system, especially like in the breast tissue, is there to keep the breast milk clean. Now, if there starts to be like cancer, what's going to happen is the lymphatic system is going to try to protect the body and protect the breast tissue by locking the cancer in the lymphatic ducts. So what will happen is if somebody winds up with cancer, right? And if you've known somebody with cancer, what they do is they'll locate the cancer. And if they have to do like, whether it's like a mastectomy or they go in and they do a lumpectomy, they're going to look at the local lymph nodes. And they're going to go in, they're going to look at the lymph node and they say, clean or dirty? Oh, there's cancer in there, it's dirty. So we're going to take it out. And then they go up the chain, clean or dirty, take it out, clean or dirty, take it out. And so they're going to keep going up the chain and removing the lymph nodes where the cancer, where the body has trapped that cancer, until they remove all the cancerous lymph nodes. They're called sentinel nodes, like a sentinel being like, think of like a Trojan, right? Like guarding a gate. That's what a sentinel is. So the sentinel nodes are going to be like the lymphatic nodes that are protecting the rest of the tissue. And so we remove them. But what will often happen, I don't know if you've ever been riding the train or you've been in the grocery store and you've noticed like an older woman who might have an armband on one side, if you've ever seen that. So what that is when we remove those pieces of the lymphatic system, it now means there's no fluid exchange. We're losing proper fluid exchange with the surrounding tissues. So she becomes edemic. And now fluid that's meant to be passed out of the body as waste material is accumulating in the tissue. So what they'll often do is they'll often put a compression band or compression sock on it. So she doesn't wind up becoming swollen because her lymphatic system is a little bit compromised. And we use the body uses the lymphatic system to filter bacteria that are killed in the lymph nodes. So, but notice though that this can't move on its own. The cardiovascular system, we just established it has its own muscle in it, right? So the cardiovascular system in that pumping and contraction can move blood, but the lymphatic system can't do that. It's kind of static. It's these little like static balls, right? So the contraction of the muscles is what pumps lymph. Let me repeat that. It's the contraction of the muscle that pumps lymph. So the lymphatic system, like it's going to facilitate the movement of salts, water, bacteria, waste, like all that kind of stuff. But it's also a first point of contact with foreign bodies, such as chemical and bacteria. So when we talk about a detox, like, oh my God, Gwyneth Paltrow group, I have to detox. Like, this is what we're detoxing. This is what we're trying to move. This is absolutely what we're trying to move. You know, so the yoga impact is that like the upper body yoga exercises are going to support the lymphatic system. Our long, deep breathing is going to support the lymphatic system. You know, and yoga in this case is going to help detoxify the liver, kidneys, and lungs, which takes pressure off the lymphatic system. Now, if we turn our lymph girl here. Now, look, if we look behind the breast and we look in the central cavity in the solar plexus, look, we have this huge, no problem, Hari. We have this huge kind of balling of lymph, right? And we have like a huge balling of lymph, look, in the groin as well. So these lymph nodes, like any sort of like the movement when we're up above the head, any sort of pumping movement that we're doing, any sort of breath of fire that we're doing, it's going to move lymph for us and increase detoxification. So, you know, sometimes when you read the Kriyas and it's like, for the love of God, drink water. Like after the Kriya, it's like, drink water, drink a liter of water. You're like, I don't know, I'm not really thirsty. Drink the damn water. Just drink the water, because the water is going to help move the toxins. And yes, it's a huge part of reducing inflammation. Do you guys know about dry brushing? Have you seen dry brushing? Okay, so dry brushing, I don't have one here, but dry brush, they're just like the small like horsehair brushes you've seen. You can just do it with like a regular hairbrush. I'll show you. Let me just grab a regular brush so I can show you real fast. Right, so this doesn't need to be anything like fancy schmancy at all. This is just literally like my hairbrush, right? Okay, but what dry brushing is literally like very gently across the skin. And you can look for videos of this on YouTube. There's tons of videos, right? So dry brushing across the skin is actually moving lymph. This is why we do it. And we do it as a detox process. Right, but because lymph does not move on its own, we have to rely on the other systems to move it for us. Is this some of this starting to come together for you guys? Is this making sense?
Quick question.
Yeah.
What's the one that looks like a lasso near the liver there? Like
This guy here?
Yeah, like that circular, it's like that circle of lymph going around that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy is, so some of these circles of lymph, if we were to layer in like other organ systems, let's see. There's our nervous system, we layer in the nervous system. Stomach is sitting behind the stomach. There are adrenals. See, look at how fun this is. I could do this all day. I do this all the day, by the way. Like, I do this all day. I'm like, I'm bored. I need to look at my anatomy app. So that lasso is probably lassoing through a specific organ there, right? Because these guys like intertwine with the digestive tract as well.
So is this an app we could download? Because
yeah, you have to pay for it though. It's an expensive app, right? But and they actually have Human Anatomy Atlas 2021, which is, and if you're doing it like on an iPad or your phone, it's much easier to use than on the computer. But I have it on the computer so I can share it with you guys better. But you know, like the human body, we're still discovering things about the human body, right? You know, they just discovered like the size of the clitoris in 1998. I mean, we all knew where it was. We just didn't know how big it was, right? So it's just like, oh, there it is, and it's huge. Who knew? It's like, well, us ladies, we all knew, you know. But that being said, with the let's see if we can get up here in the head. It's harder to do in the head. Now, one of the things that you can't see in this app, again, this is a 2019 app, right? And it's not cooperating, but we can see here, it almost looks like there's lymph missing from the head, right? It's like all of a sudden like it disappears. And it's like, well, is that really accurate? No. Medically, we just discovered, not just discovered, but anatomists kind of discovered, is that spacing in the dura matter around the brain, right, underneath the tissue, there's tons of lymph up there. So the lymph tissue even circulates around the brain, but we can see in anatomical models that was missing. So lymph goes everywhere, and it's absolutely, integral to keeping us healthy because, again, it is part of the immune system. So let's do the respiratory system. So we'll do respiratory system here. But because it doesn't move on its own, we have to move the lymph for us. So yeah, and somebody made like a very satiant point is that when we do dry brushing, we do it towards the heart, but it's not necessarily that we're doing it towards the heart, it's we're doing it towards the thymus. And we'll look at the endocrine system here in a little bit, but we're trying to move that lymph to the bigger clusters. And there's that bigger cluster that sits in the solar plexus. So, okay, very good. So let's strip away our bones. Let's strip away our joints because we don't need the ligaments. And let's back up.
Why towards the bigger clusters?
Because the bigger clusters are where the better exchange happens. Right? Because we want those clusters moving towards, especially the spleen. Because like, remember how we asked before, like, what the hell is a spleen? Well, a spleen is where a lot of that exchange of fluid happens. So we want to get it as close to the trunk as possible. Okay, how are you guys doing? Am I Zoom losing you yet? Are you still with me?
And you don't have to answer this now, but I'm curious because often it's like the dry brushing and then how cold water and I know especially in Kundalini, the cold showers. Is that more of a nervous system or does that also help?
Oh, the cold showers.
And we
Yes.
do cold ocean dipping up where I am, so.
The cold showers. Have you guys been taught how to do a proper cold shower yet? No? Okay.
I think
So,
we're part of what we're going to cover with you. Yay.
oh Jesus, I'm responsible for this one? Okay. So let me just tell you about like how to do like the cold shower, right? Because there's an absolute method to the madness. The cold showers have to do with actually both, yeah, this is a very good point, Trisha, thank you. The cold showers have to do both with the lymphatic system and the circulatory system, right? So the quote unquote proper way to do the cold shower is not to just go like jump in the ocean and freeze your tits off. Like the proper way to do the cold shower is you need to actually start with, traditionally they would be using almond oil, okay? And traditionally, like you wear shorts to keep the upper legs and the genitals covered in it, right? And so what you do is you're actually, the easiest way to do this, I found, like, so don't lose your mind. Easiest way to do it is you warm up the bathroom, right? So you warm up the bathroom, and so the bathroom is nice and toasty, okay? And then you flip that water to as cold as you can get it. And what you do is you start by putting almond oil on, like, say, like your arm and your hand. So you put almond oil like on the arm of the hand, and you stick it in the shower, and you take it out like your hokey pokey, right? So in, super cold, out, and then you rub it. In, out, and you rub it. And you do the other arm. In, out, and you rub it. In, out, and you rub it. And what will start to happen is it forces an exchange of blood to the surface, and then it cools it down. And you'll actually start turning all kinds of shade of pink. And then you hokey pokey one leg in, rub it, hokey pokey one leg out. Hokey pokey one leg in, hokey pokey one leg out. So you do your limbs, out, you do your legs, in, out, right? And then the next thing you do is you come in with the chest, out, rub, 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 in. And what's going to happen is the water is actually going to start to feel almost hot. Like you're going to have like a different sensory system of the water, right? And then the last step to that is you jump into the cold shower, you let it hit your chin, and you let the water run down the center line to the genitals. You don't do your hair, right? You don't do the scalp. And, you know, one of the ways that it was taught is you don't do the quads or the butt either. But go have an experience, see how you feel. So, but what that does though, is that quick hot temperature exchange with the movement. It's going to move lymph, it's going to move cardiovascular, right? But, you know, like even if you go like Polar Bear Club and you jump in the like cold ocean, or you jump in, you know, Lake Superior and for New Year's, right? Like it creates a shock to the system, and it gets the cardiovascular system to behave in a very specific way. And then the nervous system is going to pop in right behind that. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, is it recommended, because I've also heard like dry brushing before you do it? Or is it?
Sure, go have an experience. Right? I'm like, this is all about like experiential learning. I will tell you, if you dry brush and you do the method I just told you, your skin's gonna look banging. You're gonna be so pretty, because like it forces like that kind of like cellular detox. It forces new skin, or it forces new blood into the skin, right? It forces like better circulation. And again, that's aging. Let's see how we're doing on time. Okay, let's look at let's look at the respiratory system for a second. Okay, so the respiratory system includes a lot of stuff. It actually, it's more than just the lungs. So the respiratory system is going to include the nose, the pharynx, the larynx, which is the voice box, the trachea, windpipe. It's going to include the bronchi, which are the larger air passages in the lungs. It's going to include the bronchioles, which are the smaller little guys in there. It includes the ribs, the diaphragm, the lungs, and the alveolar sacs in the lungs, and then the cilia. So the actual mechanism to breathing, let's take this guy away. So the actual mechanism to breathing, take these guys away. Yeah, this is all in your books, right? This is all in your books. Like there's nothing, again, this is all like, whatever, but you know, I do want to just give you guys like, again, high level with it, right? So the mechanics of breathing start with the lungs, but then the gases pass across the alveolar cell membrane. Carbon dioxide, you know, passes out of the blood into the lungs, and therefore red blood cells capture the oxygen and bring it back. So that long, deep breathing, you know, especially like breath retention, that breath retention that we do when we can actually breathe all the way into the bottom of the lungs, we get a better gas exchange there. And the type of tissue, it's almost like, I mean, it's one way that it's taught, but one way that it's taught is that the type of tissue is almost like cellophane. right? That when we do top breathing and we're not breathing into the bottom lobes of the lungs, and the oxygen exchange is only happening in the top lobes versus like the lower lobes, we actually can tox up a little bit with like CO2. It's funny when patients bring in blood work, right? Like, in the blood work, they test your CO2. And so if someone has high CO2, I'm just like, you're not breathing, you're anxious. They're like, oh my God, how did you know? And like, your CO2 levels are at 25. Because they're not getting proper exchange.
So if somebody's having a panic attack and they're breathing into a bag, a paper bag, they're exhaling into it and then breathing from it. Isn't there the other side where you need a certain amount of carbon dioxide? Like you need it and you might be
no, like you absolutely need CO2, right? Like otherwise, like, I don't know, otherwise we wouldn't be alive on the planet. Right, because it's part of our
sometimes
air
isn't
structure.
it too little CO2 that causes a panic attack? Really?
No. Like, a panic attack is not. It's like, oh my God, I have too little CO2. Quick, give me a cigarette. Right? Oh, there it goes. No, that's not how it works. Like, that being said, though, the only people in my practice I know who can breathe are my Kundalini people or my cigarette smokers. But you know why? Like, as an ex-smoker, they inhale. Oh God, they retain. It just feels so good, that nicotine. And then it's the slow exhale, right? So they're actually utilizing like the lower part of their lungs, right? A panic attack, I can't get air in. They're top breathing. Right. And you'll actually see sometimes, like in class, you really, really, really have to monitor students doing breath of fire. Because if they're doing breath of fire wrong, they're going to have a panic attack. Because they're not engaging the diaphragm. So that where they're like breathing like a chihuahua on like methamphetamines, like it's just like, no. Like that's not what like breath of fire is. It's not like, how fast can I go? And then they like panic and then they get like really lightheaded and they're like, what's happening? And it's just like, okay, yeah, you just kind of asphyxiated a little bit. Like there was no oxygen exchange, right? And so like that slow, long, deep breathing is actually more about slowing down all the systems. Because we're also trying to control the vagal nerve a little bit too, right? So yoga is going to help because it balances the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous systems, which is going to create like long lasting relaxation. It's also going to pump the cerebral spinal fluid. But like it's just like, I don't know, like this kind of like sagittal cut, like this, I don't know, this just looks like a weird Muppet, I think, right? It's just like the weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life. But what I want you guys to really look at here is the diaphragm. Look at how big that diaphragm is. It is a honker of a muscle. It is an absolute honker, and it sits, and we can see here too, how the lungs, the bottom of the lungs gently rest on the top of the diaphragm. You guys see that? Right? How that kind of delightful interaction is. And so how respiration actually happens is simply pressure differential, right? So, and it's how we interact with Earth, meaning when you breathe in, and now your lungs are full, there's more pressure, like air, literally like air pressure, like the way that you measure it, like I don't know, like a car tire or a bicycle tire, right? When we breathe in, we engage the diaphragm, we drop the diaphragm, we inflate the lungs, we just sucked in air. So now what we've done is we've created a pressure differential where there's more air pressure inside the cavity than outside the cavity. Make sense? So we engage to breathe in, engage the diaphragm, but the exhale should be no pressure. A proper yogic exhale is no pressure from the diaphragm. Now, you can use the diaphragm to push that last little bit out, but ideally, you're now using the pressure of the space outside you to push the lungs. Now, that's why, for example, like vaginal birth versus cesarean birth, right? They started to try, like over the years, they started to try to make connections between asthma and cesarean versus asthma and vaginal. Because what happens is when a baby comes out of the vaginal canal, right? You know, and you can tell, like, when you look at a baby, you can tell if they've been cesarean or vaginal, because the cesarean will have like a beautiful, like perfect round little head, right? Like vaginal, like they're all like, like that's why it's just like cover their head. The head's kind of ugly because like the fontanelles had to shift in order to get through the vaginal canal. Does that make sense? Right? You know, but if you ever handled a newborn, you know, they're like a sack of potatoes. They're like Gumby. They're so funny. You can take their feet and like stick them in their mouth and like get them to move like Play-Doh, basically. Because a couple things. One, their sacrum has not set yet. The sacral bones have not set the same way the foramen has not set. So that's one reason they're so like Gumby, because they got to get through that narrow space in the pelvis, right? But when they get through that narrow space, one of the things that happens is that there's a compression of the chest cavity. So the chest cavity has to compress tight and get small, and that compression of the chest cavity produces an air pressure differential. So now, because nature abhors a vacuum, so it just created a vacuum in the infant's lung spacing. So now when the infant comes out, air is going to rush in, and you need that hard rush of air in order to expel the fluid. Does this make sense to you guys? Because their lungs are full of fluid. Because they weren't breathing through their lungs, they were breathing through their umbilical cords. Right? They're like so what winds up happening is that pressure differential is going to start to push some of the fluids out. They come out, pressure differential, now it's going to rush in. Is this making sense to you guys? And so that initial start is actually like a signal to the vagus nerve to start breathing. What, you know, for a long time we didn't know what was kind of the signaling system for that would start labor, right? Because it's just like, I don't know, babies are like 40 weeks old, like this is the due date, may come before, may come after. What actually kind of sets off the labor process is that we've discovered there is a protein in the infant's lungs that will be released when it is ready to come into the world, and the mother's body is able to read the protein. And when that protein from the lungs is read by the mother's body, and the mother's body is already kind of like prepping towards it, it's just like, okay, now we can do this because it's going to have a chance at survival. But it's that whole respiratory system, the lung process, that brings us into that. Make sense? Okay, do you guys need another break, or can we keep going with one more system? So we're okay with one more system? Okay, I'll do one more system and then I'll give you guys another break. Sound good? Okay, very good. So let's look at the digestive system real fast. Rest and digest.
Excuse me, just one question.
Yes.
You said that the sacrum wasn't fixed. Is this for both vaginal and cesarean?
For anyone. Same
Okay.
way that the foramen's not. So I'm not fit. Let me like change that word from fixed to fused. It is not fused. Yeah.
But that goes for both.
Yep, it goes for both, like both foramen
Okay.
and sacrum. No problem. Okay, let's look at the digestive tract. Okay, So digestive, now we're not looking here at the mouth, right? Because that is where digestion starts. Actually, not true. Digestion starts by like looking at your food. Right? Digestion starts at like looking at your food, smelling it. But if we're actually, as I'm like looking at like my toast here, as we're, you know, as the digestive system where it actually starts though in the mouth, when we smell and we look at food, it starts to create enzymes, which are chemicals that start to break things down. You know, and that's why like one of the teachings is don't eat like your, you don't eat like your stomach has teeth, right? Meaning like masticate your food, like chew it, break it down, like allow like the enzymes like in the mouth to start chemically reacting with that Haagen-Dazs ice cream you're shoveling in your face in the middle of COVID. So yes, chew your ice cream, you know, and your eggs. But, you know, it's first the mouth crushes the food, then it enzymatically has to start interacting and breaking it down. Now in Chinese medicine, like for those of you who've had like some Chinese medicine experience, one of the things that you hear acupuncturists say like all the time, right, is don't eat cold food, don't drink iced coffee, don't eat anything out of the refrigerator, like only eat cooked food. You guys have heard us chant this before or like scream at like patients. So the reason that we say this, right, is that in order to digest food, it needs to be cooked. And either you are cooking it enzymatically or you're cooking it with heat. One way or the other, that food has to start to be broken down. So if you put a piece of spinach in your face, like raw, right, you enzymatically and chemically, your body has to cook it in order to pull the nutrients of like things like the calcium and the iron and the fiber from it. Or the reason we say don't eat cooked food is if you cook or even blanch the food a little bit before you eat it, you actually save your body that extra step. You save qi that can be used somewhere else. So if you're running at kind of a qi deficiency, one place to bank qi, to save qi, is to cook your food. Because it takes a lot of digestive strength to do that. So when you eat that steak in 2 gulps, you're forcing your body to break that down, right? Like that's a lot of like metabolic expenditure that you could be spending that metabolic expenditure on like healing or building a business or having a relationship or doing, whatever you want to, right? Because you get a qi budget for the day. And that's all you got. I'm giving you like $100 qi. And now listen, because you're having to like move through the day, like there's utilities here. You have to pay the rent first, the mortgage first, right? So some of that qi you're already gonna have to spend on just like moving around. So that's $10, please. Thank you so much, right? We're gonna have to spend like a little bit more on like breathing and like our taxing in-laws. Okay, very good. That's another like 15. So now we're actually down to what, like 75? Oh, and by the way, I have autoimmune, so I didn't really get like $100 to start with. I got 80. Right? So we start having to look at places where we can save qi, where we can save like metabolic activity. So the digestive system is one place that we can do that, right? Now the stomach is basically a processing area, and how we break up systems in Chinese medicine. And I'll just give you like a little kind of taste of this for like after the break, is one way that we break it up is we have organs. Like think about like the kind of like organ meat we would have traditionally eaten once upon a time, right? So that's going to be liver, that's going to be heart. You don't really want to eat the lungs, but the lungs, that we're going to say these are the yin organs. These are the juicy organs. These are the nutrient dense organs. Everything else is bags and tubes. Bladder, bag. Gallbladder, bag. Stomach, bag. Large intestine, tube. Small intestine, tube. Just bags and tubes, right? So some of the organ systems are a little bit more prominent, a little bit more interesting than others, but the stomach itself is just, it's a bag. So it's a processing and storage area that's going to secrete acid and enzymes to begin digestion, right? And now it's going to move from the stomach to the large intestine, right? So the large intestine takes up an enormous, or the small intestine, sorry, the small intestine. So it's going to go from the stomach to the small intestine. Now the small intestine, it's the longest tube in the body. And it's made up of different parts, you know, it's made up of the duodenum, the jejunum, the ileum. So, you know, again, it's broken down into sections, but at the microscopic level, the inside of the small intestine looks like a shag rug. It looks like a shag rug. So the reason it does that is because it increases surface area. Like a smooth surface area versus a shag rug surface area, it increases the surface area exponentially. And so the small intestine is the tube where we pull most of the nutrients from the food. So once it's been in the stomach and we've masticated and we've gone through this chemical, what am I drinking, Heidi? Gin, no, I'm kidding. It's just water with berries in it, nothing exciting. So when the small intestine has the food, so the food has gone through the stomach and it's gone through this chemical breakdown, both enzymatically and with acid, right? And it starts to move its way through the small intestine. The small intestine is the organ from where we pull nutrients, right? So when we talk about leaky gut, you heard this, like this term, like leaky gut, it's referring to what's happening in the small intestine. So now in each of these like little shag rug type things, right? There's both like nervous system and circulatory system. So that's where we're going to pull the nutrients from the food into the blood. So good digestion is a huge piece to the small intestine, and then from the small intestine, it's going to move to the large intestine or the colon. And now we can see here, like the colon, right? Let's see what, let me see if I'll dissect this. So this pink thing, this is, yeah, let's dissect the small intestine. There we go. So this is the colon, right? This big kind of like snaky looking thing. This is your large intestine. So, and as we back out, one of the things that we can see is you see here how it wraps around and then it double backs on itself to the rectum in the pelvis. Here, so we'll turn it around as it like turns. Come on, turn. Right, so it comes all the way into the rectum here. Right, you see that dog leg? So do you guys know about a squatty potty? Have you heard about a squatty potty? Yes, this is why we squatty potty. Because when we sit to poop, this is the crimp that we put in. We put a dog leg in here, right? So we literally bend the rectum, and now when we poop, the fecal matter has to make it around that turn, right? Versus when you squatty potty and you drop your pelvis below your knees, you straighten out that piece of the large intestine, that piece of the rectum, and it makes bowel movements. I don't know. You can become a bathroom ninja. In and out. No one even knows if you're doing one or two. So when we look at the large intestine, it's the ascending colon, transverse colon. So just meaning it goes up, it goes across, and then it goes down to the rectum, right? And so this is actually the storage tank for waste material. And so what will happen is, ideally, once we've processed the food and we've pulled out, like from that piece of spinach, if we put a piece of spinach in our mouth, hopefully we're not pooping out a piece of spinach, right? Hopefully what's happened is we put a piece of spinach in our mouth and then the stomach starts to decompress it, right? Like it goes to the small intestine, we get our calcium, we get our iron. There's a little bit of fiber left over. And so now it makes it to, and then the gallbladder is going to put some bile into it to break it down even a little bit further. And then it's going to go sit in the large intestine until we're ready to evacuate, until it's kind of accumulated enough to make it worth it. The other thing that the large intestine does is its job is to recycle water. So what will happen is as stuff moves through, yeah, it's good. So as like fecal matter moves through it and it goes into this holding tank, right? The large intestine ideally is going to recycle water back into the system and leave whatever waste material is there. Because otherwise, if it leaves water there, it's called diarrhea. And like, that's no fun. No one needs diarrhea. So diarrhea is when there's too much water in there. Versus dry stool where there's too little there. So it's very Goldilocks, right? You don't want too little water, you don't want too much water. And in Chinese medicine, in constipation, one method for relieving constipation, we say float the boat, which means hydrate them. Hydrate them and the water will like float that boat right out. So we want that kind of middle ground, right? And so what can happen though, like a lot of deep breathing, a lot of abdominal work, right, will actually encourage digestion, encourage movement. It's called peristalsis. The word is peristalsis. It's a very good Jeopardy word. But peristalsis is the movement of the tubes in the digestive system. Manual peristalsis is when we actually manually move that. And we can manually move it with our hands, or we can manually move it by doing a lot of abdominal work or deep breathing. And it takes the pressure off the system having to do too much work on its own. This interesting to you guys? Okay, very good. So again, like break timing and everything is kind of flexible. So it's 10:45. Why don't we take, are you guys okay with a 15-minute break? Okay, yeah, I'll spell it for you in the chat box. And then why don't you guys take a 15-minute break and come back at 11 o'clock, please. Sound good? Okay, very good. So, because, thank you. Let's look at the endocrine system, because we throw this around in yoga all the time, right? And I feel like half the yogis don't have any idea what the hell they're talking about. So, okay, there we go. All right, so let me just make sure my chat box is open and I can see it so you guys can hold me accountable. Okay, very good. So let's look at the endocrine system. And what we're gonna do is, because we spend so much time really talking about the endocrine system and Kundalini, I wanna do like a quick meta view of this, and then we're gonna look at each of these guys a little bit individually, okay? So the meta view of this is when we're talking about the endocrine system, what that encompasses. The first one I'm going to say is the pituitary gland. So the pituitary gland, if you stick a finger, again, if you sit up straight, drop your chin about like a ½ inch, and the highest apex point of your head, you put a finger on, right? Your pituitary gland sits about, say like 3 to 4 inches below that. Pitch in the smack of your skull. So the pituitary, it's the master gland. It's like the CEO. It's like the Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan, right? So the pituitary gland, its job is to oversee like where we're going in the world. That's what a good CEO, right, doesn't have just like a 5-month plan. Like a good the reason JP Morgan or Jamie Dimon's been around since like what, 05, 06, he's this long lasting CEO because he actually has a 100-year vision for the company. So the pituitary's job is like, where are we going in a week? Where are we going in a month? Where are we going in 5 years, 10 years, 15, 100 years? So Chinese medicine, the foundations of Chinese medicine come from antique texts. We still use the same texts they were using back in the day. The main text that we use is called the Huangdi Neijing, or the Yellow Emperor's Classic. And in the Yellow Emperor's Classic, which we'll talk a little bit more in Chinese medicine, it talks about how, you know, if we do things right, we get a good 100 years to live. That's our birthright, give or take, right? So that means that somebody has to like overlook that, oversee that we're maturing and aging appropriately. And so that's all pituitary, master gland, right? Just oversees everything. Okay, next one that we're going to talk about is pineal. So pineal is if you put your finger at your third eye, pineal is sitting maybe like pitch back, so like 2 to 3 inches. So the way that I think about the pineal gland, again, if you've ever worked in corporate, the CEO is not who has power, it's the secretaries. A secretary will ruin your career. Do not piss off the secretaries. You tolerate the CEO, but you are nice as pie to that secretary. So the secretary is kind of like the secret powerhouse, right? And so we'll talk more about pineal. All right, very good. So next one, kind of down the chain, is going to be thyroid. Thyroid sits at the throat. Little butterfly shaped thing, right? And then, you know, next to the thyroid is the parathyroid, also secondary set of glands. And again, we're going to look at each of these individually because I really want you guys to get your like arms around these. Okay, so next one in is going to be the pancreas. And so the pancreas sits, you know, if you feel the bottom of your sternum to your belly button, pancreas sits about like halfway between the two. So when we think about like diabetes, we think about digestion, we think about like enzymatic stuff, that's all pancreas. And then we can see behind, so here's the pancreas, this little like dog taily poop looking thing. And then here, if we flip, let me pull the skeletal system out so you can see a little bit better. There we go. So that's this is a spinal cord here. But you see these like pine cone looking things like on top of the kidneys, those are the adrenals. Okay. And then we're gonna back out. And then last one that we're gonna talk about is gonna be the gonads. So whether it is biological sex male, it'll be the testes, and biological sex female, it's gonna be the ovaries. Okay.
The adrenals look really big in that picture. Are they that big?
They're bigger than you think.
Huh.
Bigger than you think. Yeah, no, they're not these. They're not these like little like wee. They're like honkers, right? Because remember, like glandular tissue produces hormone. Whether it's the ovaries, whether it's the pancreas, whether it's the thyroid, glandular tissue, that tissue, its job is to produce a specific type of hormone. And the body communicates to itself hormonally through the circulatory system. The messaging hormone system happens through the blood. So, you know, and I'll give you like another example too, like, well, let's look at the ovaries and stuff here in a second. So let's first look at, so here's the pituitary gland, right? So like I said, it sits pitch under, so it's this little guy here, right? So like sometimes, like I remember when I was like studying the endocrine system, like as a student, like whenever like you look at like pictures of the pituitary, it looks like a testicle sac a little bit, because there's the anterior pituitary and the posterior pituitary, and they each have different functions. But again, what you need to know, really, one, this is important to because I'm gonna give you like a parable here in a second. But it's important to understand the location of where the pituitary is. So it sits tucked up under the brain. Now, if we look at the pineal gland, and I was playing with this because I added so the pineal gland, come on, here it is. Pineal gland doesn't look, well, that's the pituitary, so hold on. I saved a view for you. I created a view like over the break, so we could actually see not lymph. We don't care about that. We don't care about gender. What we care about. Oh, it took it away. So give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. Let's layer in. Okay, so what I did is I layered in the nervous system for you so you guys can see this because I wanted you to get a good visual on this. Now, this is about to look like the freakiest Muppet you've ever seen in your life. Let's see if we can get it to turn. Sorry. Okay, so here's the brain, here's the eyeballs. Now, remember this morning how I was talking about, sorry if this is like making me sick, I'm just trying to turn this thing. Remember this morning how I was talking about like in the Qigong exercises that we need to engage the optic nerve, okay? So in this freaky deaky Muppet looking thing, right? Here we go. And it's so terrible. I'm gonna turn it to the side because I don't want it looking directly at me. So here we go, like here's the eyeballs, right? Let's turn it under a little bit. This is the optic nerve here, this big conqueror. Here, this is the optic nerve, and see here, this is the pineal gland hanging out between the left and the right optic nerve, pitch black back. Now, the pineal gland is actually responsible for diurnal rhythms. The pineal gland releases the hormone melatonin. Melatonin, yeah, that little stuff that they tell you to take next to valerian to sleep, right? Melatonin is actually a hormone that's released by the pituitary gland. How the pituitary, or the pineal gland, I'm so sorry, by the pineal gland. Let me be clear with that. We're talking about the pineal gland. It's the pineal gland that releases melatonin, the hormone. Now, melatonin is released when there is an absence of blue light spectrum in the visual field. Blue light spectrum comes from sunlight. So what happens is the pineal gland, because of where it's sitting, it can read if there's blue light in our visual field. And when there is an absence of blue light, it registers as the sun is setting. And it will start to release melatonin as the wind down cycle so we can sleep. Now, we've all blown the crap out of our pineal glands because we're on the phone, we're on the computer, we're watching TV. I don't know, just one more Netflix, just one more Game of Thrones, one more Peaky Blinders, you know, and then it's suddenly like 2 in the morning and it's like, why am I so awake? And it's just because you've had blue light spectrum in your optic nerve the whole goddamn time, and like your pineal gland has never released melatonin to start like slowing you down. So, you know, that's one reason, like we say, like wear orange glasses. I don't know if you've seen that like whole thing, right? So either like blue light blocking glasses so that you're actually getting so your optic nerve is getting a natural read on it, right? You could wear orange spectrum glasses because orange cancels blue, like in color wheels, right? Or like if you're using a lot of electronics, the other idea is to use software that shifts the blue light spectrum in it. So that's part of the sleep hygiene that we talk about. But hopefully now that you guys like actually see this, and you have a bit for my visual learners, that you see this, that you now kind of have like an understanding of like what we're talking about. And so again, when you close your eyes and you look hard left and you look hard right, you look hard up, you look hard down, not only are you engaging the muscles around the eyes, not only are you engaging the skull plate, but you're engaging the visual cortex, which is going to start to engage the pineal gland differently. Make sense? All right, very good. So here's our thyroid. This is actually my specialty. There you go, it's a nice little thyroid. So this is our thyroid, it sits just below the Adam's apple, like between the SCM, at the core of the throat. You know, I have actually, in my private practice, one of the things that for better or worse, that I've come to be known for is treating Hashimoto's, which is a autoimmune thyroid disorder where the immune system attacks the thyroid. It doesn't recognize it as native to the body. So it winds up happening in this specific thyroid disease because the body attacks the thyroid like this, it creates soft scar tissue and tissue adhesions. And I can actually see thyroid disease on the subway train because what will happen, like it's kind of funny because like, well, I mean, thyroid hormones affect every single cell of the body, first of all. There is not a cell in the body that is not affected by thyroid hormone, right? But what starts happening is when you have soft tissue adhesion in that front line, what's going to happen is there's going to be a fascia and musculoskeletal shortening in the neck. So you start to come down, right? So that means if this is your sight line here, your sight line is going to come down. Now you have to correct that, right? In order to see the horizon. So you come chin forward. Let me do that again for you, right? So shoulders back, up, proper position. Oh shit, my thyroid's tightening. Okay. My horizon line changed. Correction is forward. So I have yet to meet a thyroid patient that doesn't have neck pain because they're out of alignment. So, you know, all those like head rolls that we do, right? Like the shoulder shaking we do, like all like like all of that, it actually starts to break up some of that tissue adhesion. You know, so that soft, slow roll. So when I'm working with thyroid patients, I actually have them do a lot of neck work. Okay, very good. Next one is the thymus gland. So this is the thymus gland. So the thymus gland sits right behind your breastplate, right? So it sits right behind your breastplate, and the thymus is so it's this guy here. So here's back out so you guys can see it, right? So it sits right in front of the heart, kind of wrapped around there like the aorta. So, and the thymus gland has a huge responsibility in the maturation of white blood cells that support the immune system. So thymus is a huge part of the immune system and in fighting illnesses. So the thymus is actually at its largest when we're toddlers, as our immune system is coming online and being built. And then over time, the thymus gland is actually going to start to shrink with time. So it starts to atrophy a little bit. But, you know, in terms of like yoga, exercise, anything that's opening, anything like I have patients tap thymus gland quite a bit to like stimulate it. Right. So myasthenia gravis, it's another autoimmune disorder that can often create hypertrophy. Sorry. I'm just like throwing medical terms around. Sorry. So myasthenia gravis, and this is not something you need to know, but it is the name of an autoimmune disorder. And in this autoimmune disorder, it makes the thymus gland grow to the possible size of a basketball. And the larger it grows, it winds up putting pressure on the heart and the lungs. So they will often have to go in and remove like a good chunk of the thymus gland, which means that that person, if you have your thymus gland removed, that you're going to be compromised in the ability to make white blood cells.
Could you point to where the thymus was there? Oh, you want
No, on this one?
that picture? Yeah.
Yeah, you
So-
see this brown thing, this brown turdy looking thing?
Yeah.
So here, let's take this out. Let's take the, hold on, let's see if we can remove this. Yeah, it's not letting me remove it. So this brown turdy looking thing, that's what it looks like. And you can see like it's kind of interwoven with some of our lymphatic system. And on the body, where you can feel it on the body, give or take, is fourth intercostal space, which would be like if we all had like perfect Barbie doll nipples, right? Is about where like the nipples, it's not where like most of our nipples sit, but like about like where the nipples would sit, pitch between those two spaces right behind the sternum is where it is. So call it like the heart plexus, solar plexus, or heart plexus. Okay, so we have our thymus. Okay, let's look at our adrenals. There they are. Hi, guys. So those are our adrenals that we do all the time. Oh my God, I'm so adrenal fatigued. So the adrenals are most responsible for cortisol and aldosterone. So, and I'll write this out. I'm going to try and remember to write this out. So aldosterone, precursor to adrenaline. So cortisol is the major controller of carbohydrate metabolism, and it helps the body respond to stress and illness. Whereas aldosterone acts in the kidneys to produce sodium and water retention. So the adrenal glands actually produce hormones that promote muscle growth, and they also produce adrenaline, which is responsible for the fight or flight. So, you know, when we talk about like, oh my God, there's so much cortisol in the system, right? No hormone is a bad hormone. Hormones exist to keep us in balance some way. It's just like if there's too much of something. So if there's too much cortisol, the body produces that in response to stress. So, and that could either be like, shit, cheetah, right? Now we have like a ton of adrenaline. Well, the body, because we have all this adrenaline, the body's going to create like cortisol in order to like kind of counteract like too much adrenaline. But if we're in kind of a ongoing chronic fight or flight, where we're in ongoing chronic stress, the body's also going to continue to reduce like major amounts of cortisol. So how we use yoga with that, specifically working in the chakra systems, will actually balance the glands, which create a sense of well-being, because balanced hormones, because that's something that we can objectively measure. The subjective measurement to that is actually health and happiness. Like we feel happy when we're balanced, we feel sane. So, okay, let's look at spleen. Okay, so here's your spleen. So the spleen, if we're looking at it, so this big, again, just all look kind of like dog poop, but in this, whatever. But so this kind of long, lengthy brown thing. And you can see how it's tucked up and around this tube. That's the small intestine, because it has to be able to secrete insulin into the digestive system.
Is that the pancreas or the spleen?
No, so this is the pancreas here, right? And then the spleen, if I'm going to turn it, you see this brown thing here at the end tail, that's the spleen. And this is the pancreas. So that's why there's like a lot of debate in the Chinese medicine community, right? Like when they say spleen, 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 spleen. But when you study how Chinese medicine presents the spleen, the presentation is that of the pancreas, right? So we use them a little bit interchangeably, but the pancreas produces both insulin and glucagon. So it's the insulin that permits glucose to pass through the cell walls to be used for energy and storage, while glucagon inhibits glucose absorption. So together they balance glucose levels. So a healthy pancreas means healthy blood sugar. One of the things that I do with patients, this is a little bit of a, like, you know, especially like patients with thyroid disease where they're not producing that kind of energy hormone that they need, right? Because thyroid hormone is all about metabolism, energy. It's about body temperature regulation, right? So if you're not producing that hormone that does all of that, you're going to be exhausted all the time, right? And so when you're exhausted, The backup to that is caffeine, sugar, carbs, that triad, like in order to get some sort of energy, which means you're gonna like burn out your pancreas. So one thing I have some of my patients do is I tell them keto your breakfast. So just fats and protein for breakfast, that's it. Nothing that's sugar and nothing that converts to sugar, not fat and protein, that is it for breakfast. And you can do like coffee, so fine, whatever, but like fat and protein, that's it, but it can't be coffee with sugar. And so what that does is that forces the pancreas to react in a very specific way in how it's going to release the glucagon and the insulin. And so it's not going to spike you. And that's not to say don't have fruit, don't have all that stuff, but like have it like 2 hours after you eat your fat and protein. So think of like egg and avocado, you know, something along those lines. There's, you know, tons of recipes for it. But you do your fat and protein in the morning. And yeah, I will spell it's insulin and glucagon. And so then you do like whatever the hell you want to for lunch, you do whatever, you know, blah, 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 like all that good stuff. And then last meal of the day, like, and you should not be eating too late. You don't want to be eating, you know, past like, you don't want to be eating like 5 hours within going to sleep. But I often tell patients, like in terms of your carbs, eat your carbs at night, which actually sometimes goes against some, you know, and it's right diet, right person, right? And so I always tell people, just give this a try and it works for you, great. If it doesn't, great. But what will happen is if you eat complex carbs at night, and then you have space to digest them, that's stored energy for the morning. And so a lot of times that means like the patient's like able to like wake up better in the morning. And then it's a sneaky way of controlling the blood sugar throughout the day. And just because like, you know, controlling your blood sugar, I don't know, it's kind of like a life skill, and you don't have to be a diabetic to control it. Yeah, TCM to kanji in the morning is great. It just depends what you're adding to it. So, okay, so that's spleen. Let's look at gonads. Okay, here are the gonads. Now we're going to look at them according to sex. So we can see here. Now, in terms of endocrine glands that you can actually palpate, you can palpate a testicle, or you could palpate a thyroid. The other guys are so tucked up into the spine, the cavity, or the brain, you're not going to be able to palpate them. So, you know, the gonads, testes in particular, produce testosterone as well as sperm, and the adrenal glands provide a small amount of testosterone as well. But this is going to affect sex drive in both male and females. If we switch to females, we can see here that the uterus, she's about the size of your fist, give or take, right? Like a healthy uterus is going to be about the size of your fist. And she sits a lot lower than you think. She sits a lot lower in the pelvic cavity, right? So a lot of times, like if we're experiencing dysmenorrhea, if we're experiencing cramps, if we're experiencing pain, so sometimes we'll experience cramps in our back, we'll experience them in the abdomen, we'll experience cramps going down our legs, something like that, right? But that's not necessarily the site of where the uterus is. So the uterus, she sits like, if this is your pubic bone, right? She sits actually just behind the pubic bone. Now the ovaries themselves, if we start cutting like a lot of this away, let's cut this away, right? So this is the bladder, this bag right here is the bladder. So here are the ovaries, right? Now, the ovaries, their job is to produce eggs. The ovaries are not little balls of sushi sacks. Let me repeat that. It is not Tobiko that is hanging out. It is not like salmon roe. They're not like little bags of eggs. We are not fish. What reside in the ovary is called primordial ovum. Primordial ovum. So what primordial ovum are kind of the precursors to eggs. And so that's why, like in the endocrine system, every month we have like FSH, which is follicular stimulating hormone that comes from our Jamie Dimon CEO pituitary gland that tells the ovaries, okay, girl, it's go time. Let's go, queen. And so she'll spend like the next 2 weeks, right, creating the egg, and then that's what's releasing around we go. Now, that being said, while we're down here, let's look at a couple other things. Just because I think it's so interesting and I think everyone should know. Okay, so while we're down here, we'll look at this separately later. This is part of when we talk about the pelvic floor, this is part of the pelvic floor. Let's see if it will show it to us. We'll have to look later because I wanted to show you guys the clitoris, but we'll look at the clitoris later. Just because it's fun to look at. Okay, and yeah, that's, I guess, like that's enough of the endocrine system. So, but that being said, how yoga affects it, you know, sound and mantra, especially the type of sound, if you can actually, you know, like when you're doing like a deep mantra and you can feel it vibrating your chest cavity, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Or when you do Om Namo, but you do it in that really unsexy way that sounds gross, right? Not that like pretty chanting like Om Namo, you know, like, okay, that's like, but the really gross one where it's like Om Nam. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like there's nothing pretty about that. Like, but what that does though, is it actually shakes the endocrine system. Yep. And you can get it to drop into that chest plate. It's gonna shake your thymus gland. So sound and mantra is going to have an incredibly like powerful positive effect on the endocrine system. You know, particularly like the hypothalamus, the pituitary, and the pineal. You know, anything where we're focusing on the third eye, anything, again, you're doing the kriyas and it tells you to move your eyeballs in a certain way, you do it because it affects the pineal. You know, things like thyroid, like cobra, cat, cow, shoulder stands, proper shoulder stands. Those are all going to affect the thyroid. Have you guys seen those? It looks like a toilet to do a shoulder stand. Have you seen it? It's like a shoulder stand support where it looks like a toilet. You put your head in it, you flip upside down, and it creates neck decompression. Huge thyroid thing. I met a woman, another acupuncturist years ago, who was kind of like sideways into Kundalini, and she had done some of her training out in New Mexico, and she was instructed to do that decompression shoulder stand for 20 minutes a day. And she would actually just pull out a book, flip the book upside down, and just hang out like upside down, like reading her books. Because one, it's like nice, good core strength, but they were trying to reawaken her thyroid is what they were doing in that case. So that's more thyroid, like thymus is going to be anything with like heart center, tapping on the chest. And then reproductive stuff like frog pose, Sakriya, camel pose, tree pose, those are all gonadal stuff. So I promised you a parable on the pineal gland. So, you know, like frog pose, how they say like it creates happiness, right? Like it's supposed to like cure depression, right? And I was just like, that never really made sense. I don't know, whatever. And so, you know, I was in that, just stick with me with the story for a second, because it's going to sound like I'm going to take you on an adventure with this, but it's going to make sense. So I was insomniac. I was watching the Animal Planet channel, like 3 a.m, whatever. And so the question was, if a great white shark meets a killer whale, who wins? And it was like this whole thing, right? And they're just like, will it be the shark? Will it be the orca? Like, someone's got to win. So of course, like, I was hooked in and I had to watch this shit, right? And so the answer they discovered, they actually got it on video. It happened in San Francisco Bay, was the orca, the killer whale, wins. And the reason the killer whale wins, again, like I am giving you the elevator speech, I am condensing this for you. The reason that the killer whale wins is the killer whales have figured out that if you flip a shark or a stingray upside down, they go catatonic. So the shark will be swimming and the orca will come. The orca will actually go upside down, grab the shark, flip it, the shark goes catatonic, and then another whale comes and eats its liver, very like nature. Now, the reason it goes catatonic, like this certain class of animal goes catatonic, is they wind up in this blissful state, because when they flip upside down, the pituitary floods their brain with hormones. And they literally just go catatonic in this incredibly blissful state, enough for like another whale to eat their liver. And I was like, that's frog pose. That's why we go upside down and flip up, upside down and flip up, upside down and flip up, upside down and flip up. We are literally dumping hormones into our brain tissue when we do that. We're dumping serotonin, we're dumping all like the yummy things that we want to start to actually flood the brain tissue. So we start finding the answers for a lot of these screws, like why they work in weird places. Okay, we are well over my time, but that's totally fine. Let's just do the nervous system and then we'll go to lunch. Sound good? Okay, great. So, here's our Muppet again. Delightful. So the nervous system is going to compromise the central nervous system, the peripheral, so peripheral nervous system, spinal cord, brain, and neurons. So the central nervous system is composed of the brain and the spinal cord. So let's take away our skeletal, let's take away our ligaments. Go away. So this is what it looks like. Muppet looking thing. So we can see here brain, spinal cord, which runs through the center of the spine. And the nerves kind of like, I don't know, like I've always heard it talked about like this, like they're like telephone wires, right? They're kind of like electrical wires, is that they're carrying like a very specific signaling. Now, of course, like the nervous systems, the peripheral nervous systems can continue to get broken down into the sensory nervous system, the enteric nervous system, enteric, which is the gut nervous system, right? But nerve tissue is some of the most specialized tissue in the body because it stores memory. That's what we talk about, muscle memory. That's memory that's stored within the nervous system. So if you've ever seen a martial artist that will punch before they think, like it's just like a reaction, right? So what happens is in that kind of muscle memory within the central nervous system, let's see here, let's see if it'll bring us in. Yeah, there we go. So you see here how there's these like little junctions. You guys see that? These like little L shapes. These are coming, so here's like this big yellow thing in the center. That's like the spinal cord, okay? And then these like little L shapes, these are the nerves that come out of the spiral cord and go, we can see here inside the body, and they innervate the lung, the diaphragm, the heart, the organs, all of that. And then even like if we go down, like if this, let's go down. The zoom function sucks on this, I'm so sorry. So if we see here, so I'm going to turn it so you can see here. You see how like in the lower sacrum, it seems to get complicated, right? And all of a sudden there's a ton of nerves like here in the sacrum. They call this a quada equina. They call it, which means horse's tail. So it's kind of like you have this long central thing that goes through the spine, and then it spreads out like a horse tail to start to innervate like the lower half of the body. So let me come out and back in to see if I can get us a better view of this. Brain, vagus nerve. Okay, so I need to look at that, that's gross. Let's look at some of this stuff like a little bit more specifically. So you know how we often talk about the sciatic nerve? Oh, I've got like sciatic pain. Here's the sciatic nerve. Let's look at the sciatic nerve. Look at that honker. So the sciatic nerve, right, runs out of the lower spine, through the butt, right, comes out behind the trochanter, and it's actually maybe just a little bit smaller than the size of an American quarter. And what will happen is the sciatic nerve then continues to branch down and break down in like different branches, like in the legs. So, right, you can see here how the, so that's why like sciatic pain can actually run down all the way to the foot. So some of the nerves, and you can see here when we say like the sciatic nerve was pinched, it can actually be pinched between the bigger muscle groupings here. Makes sense? And so that downward dog that we were just looking at, like not too long ago, like that downward dog puts that sciatic nerve into a good stretch with some tensile strength. So from a nervous system standpoint, the nervous system and the glandular system work together to actually repattern brain chemistry. They don't stand alone in that. Let's look at vagus nerve. Everybody talks about the vagus nerve. Here's the vagus nerve. So the vagus nerve, and that's V-A-G-U-S, not like Las Vegas. Vagus nerve. So the vagus nerve, it's another nerve where the vagus nerve originates in the brain. And if we see here, so here's the spine. This yellow is the vagus nerve, okay? So the vagus nerve, it comes out of the brain. It sits in front of the spine, but behind the windpipe, behind the trachea. And it innervates the heart in particular. And it's how we control heart rate, is through the vagus nerve and through the breath. So in terms of nervous system, and when they talk about vasovagal, like people who pass out, last 3 months, I've had 2 patients pass out on me. When I say pass out, I mean like, wham, like I needled them and their vagus nerve just relaxed too much on them. Their blood pressure dropped and they fainted. You know, and both times it's because I was up near the vagus nerve and it just kind of like reset on them. They woke up, they're like, I just feel like I slept for 8 hours. I'm like, no, you're out for about 8 seconds, but it did a whole nervous system reset on them. So in terms of yoga, right? So yoga is going to increase the movement through particular nerve pathways. It's going to open up those nerve pathways, especially anything where we're decompressing the spine and we're opening up those spaces between the vertebra, the spinal bones. Anything where we're stimulating that and increasing blood flow is going to increase like nervous system. So yoga also balances the rest and digest. So the parasympathetic with the sympathetic. And, you know, as we age in the brain. We actually age in brain tissue. So what we do know is that as we age and we lose brain cells, yoga with the breathing and the movement is not going to replace what we've lost, but it will absolutely slow down degeneration. So yoga definitely belongs in the science of longevity sciences. You know, and the neural pathways in patients with chronic pain become hypersensitive. So with yoga, one way to decrease pain is to increase the amount of information traveling down a shared neural pathway. So yoga for chronic pain sufferers, it basically starts to, you know how we're talking about telephone lines, right? It starts to reprogram the signal. And it's incredibly, you know, like important to remember, like, well, what's the perfect yoga body? One that's not dead. That's it. The only people, you know, the only body that doesn't have problems is a dead body. Right? And so, like, if that's how we're kind of like slicing this one, you know, as long as we're moving, as long as, like I said earlier before, we are connecting the breath to movement, we are affecting all of these systems. Is this good stuff for you guys? Okay.
Quick question. Yesterday, we talked a lot about the psoas muscle and how it's like the inner breath, and there were some great analogies used for it. I'm curious if this is pertinent, but if the vagus nerve has the vagus nerve's connection to the psoas.
Vagus nerve doesn't innervate the psoas, meaning like that's not what controls the psoas.
Or like is there a connection at all to how they influence each other? I mean, I know it's overall they do, but I wasn't sure if there was a direct connection or not.
So what was said yesterday, and let me see if I can.
Gosh, I have to go back to my notes and find it. It was really, we were talking about the upper inner thighs, how it's like the inner breath, the keeper of the soul, and how it's just like it's a big muscle, and how it can also, that's one that can influence a lot of the the nervous system too. And for me, it was a big one because of breath. Like that's where I tend to lose my breath from. It's
Is your psoas?
Yeah.
Right. Well, you know, so, and then I'll kind of leave you with this. And since like you guys had like such big talks about it yesterday, I don't want to go like too far into it.
Yeah.
You know, but I haven't spent like too much in the musculoskeletal system, right? Because again, like we could talk about this for like days and days and days and days on end. And I want to make this all pertinent to you guys, right? Pertinent in a way like, well, okay, like I know about this, like I know where the psoas muscle, but like what the hell does it do? Great, right? But the big muscles that like I want you guys like on your radar are going to be the psoas, the diaphragm, right? Talk about these later. Yeah, psoas and diaphragm, those are like the two kind of bigger ones, right? And we can like start peeling away and looking at each of these. But that's not going to do you a lot of good. Because again, like otherwise it's just mental masturbation. But I encourage you, like if you like this, get this app. I can't remember like how much I paid, maybe like 20 bucks or something. But if you like it, get the app and you can just start like playing with it for hours. And you can slice it and take it apart and put it back together and blah, 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 blah. And like, I think for my visual learners, it's going to put this in a context, right? Where you see like, oh, like if I'm sitting in mountain pose, what muscle groups are being affected? If I sit in cat-cow, what muscle groups are being affected? Now, when we talk about channels this afternoon, and we're going to actually start doing some really good yoga this afternoon, right? I'm going to put you guys through some hard yoga this afternoon, so please don't eat too much of a big lunch, okay? So light lunch if you can do it. You're going to start just having like a different visceral experience of this. Sound good? Okay, excellent. So let's do this. It is 11:52. Can you guys come back at 12:50? Have an hour for lunch? Ooh. Thank you. We're going to get into a conversation with Eastern systems, and I think that's where you guys are going to find some sexy, fun stuff. Then we'll take another quick break, and then we will do yoga after that, because we definitely need to be doing yoga today. Definitely. And you know, here in New York, it is hotter than anything, right? Like it's just absolutely like miserable. So we'll go easy on the yoga, and then you guys are going to have plenty of time for your practicum. Sound good?
Yes.
Try to keep this truck moving along. So while you beauties were eating, a couple of things that I pulled up, like, so in terms of the musculoskeletal system, right? So let me pull up the chat box. What is that chat box? So in terms of the musculoskeletal system, what that encompasses, it encompasses not just the muscles, but it encompasses the tendons, the bones, the ligaments, and the joints. And in terms of different muscles, that's smooth muscle, cardiac muscle that I had kind of referred to before, and skeletal muscle. But again, like, what do we need to know? Well, we need to know things that like are relevant to teaching, right? So that's my chat box. There we go. There's the chat box. Okay, so there's a couple muscle systems above and beyond anything I want to get on your radar, and I want you guys to look at. So the first thing that I want to look at with you guys is the pelvic floor. Because we look at the pelvic floor, we talk about the pelvic floor all the time. But I think it's important that you actually know what it looks like. You know, above and beyond, when teaching, how we always say perineum, sex organs, and rectum, right? That's the mantra, right? Perineum, sex organs, rectum. Like, but what the pelvic floor actually looks like, it looks like a hammock. So if we look at this hammock here, this is the front of the pubic bone. If we turn this around, here's the tailbone here. You guys see this so far? Right? So, but if we actually open this up, you can see that the pelvic floor is this hammock that hangs between, like one end of the hammock is on the pubic bone, and the other end of the hammock is connected up into the tailbone. So this is what we mean by the floor of the house. We can see here, if we kind of open it up, let's flip it over this way, that there's 3 major orifices in it. So the orifices being the rectum. Now in this case, it's a female pelvic floor. So the rectum, sex organs, and urinary. So a lot of times when patients come in and they have back pain, I have found just through years and years and years and years of working with back pain, is that, for example, somebody might be feeling lower back pain like say like just about like the lumbar spine, right? It feels like I'm just like, oh, I have like the worst sciatica. It runs down my legs, you know, and my back goes out. You've heard this. My back goes out like once a year, once every 18 months. I've actually found that the long-term correction is the pelvic floor, because the pelvic floor stabilizes. So as that stabilizer, you know, you can kind of catch like pelvic floor dysfunction is if like when you pee or when you cough or you sneeze, you pee a little bit, where there's poor urine retention. This can start as early as like, very common like post-childbirth, right? But it can start as early as like mid-30s, this pelvic floor insufficiency. So anything that's going to move the hips, bridges, bow pose, tree pose, those are all pelvic floor exercises that act as a pelvic floor stabilizer. Pelvic floor is not sex specific, like if we look at this, right? So pelvic floor is in both female and male anatomy. And pelvic floor is not just a Kegel. Because if you have a penis, you don't have a vagina to do a Kegel. That's not pelvic floor. Kegels are vaginal vaults. Kegels are actually the muscular tube on the inside of the vagina. So that would mean, you know, if Kegels were the only way to get to a pelvic floor, someone who doesn't have a vagina couldn't work it out. But that's just not the case. So pelvic floor is not sex specific. And another way to like think about pelvic floor, so do this for a second, come into easy pose. Root your sit bones. Sit up straight. Now, pardon me, this is just going to be so New York specific because that's just where I am. But I think you'll be able to follow along with this. So just take a couple good deep breaths. Notice where your tailbone is. Notice where your pubic bone is. Notice any tension in the hips. Notice any tension in the lower abdomen. Now imagine you're on a train. And you just had Taco Tuesday last night. And Taco Tuesday is not sitting well. And you feel like you're about to poop your pants. I need you to stop that poop. I need you in this position to engage all the muscles you would use to stop that diarrhea bowel movement that's going to happen on the train. Engage, pull, 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 pull. Everything it's going to take not to poop your pants. Can you guys feel that? How it goes into the abdomen, the perineum, the sex organs, the lower back, and you actually engage a little bit of your diaphragm to pull up. And we call those three holes at the bottom the lower orifice, is what we call those. So in order to close the lower orifice, the stomas, we have to engage everything from the tailbone, from back to front. Does this make sense to you guys? Does this make sense why it's so important? So anything like tree pose, you're having to engage the pelvic floor. Same thing with bow pose, like in order to hold that. So a lot of times people who, like Pilates is all well and nice, right? They're like, oh, I did so much Pilates, like my lower back, like I have such a strong core. Great, but can you crack walnuts with your pelvic floor? If the answer to that is no, then you're gonna continue to have back pain. Does this make sense so far? So the mirror to this, the mirror to the pelvic floor in this thoracic cavity is going to be the diaphragm. So we're always looking for mirrors in the body. So here is the diaphragm. So remember how we said, like I said, the pelvic floor is the hammock. So the opposite to that The vaulting to the ceiling is going to be the diaphragm. And if we flip this guy, remember how I said there's 3 holes? There's our 3 holes. Esophagus and the aortic holes. Okay, now look at this though. Look at the attachments to the diaphragm. So the diaphragm not only hooks into the bottom of the rib cage. Let's turn this all the way to the back. Is the diaphragm is going to hook into the lower vertebra by the lower ribs. So it really is kind of this like whole ceiling, this whole vault that extends from left to right, front to back. And so when we're engaging the diaphragm, like we are engaging a little bit of the lower back, and we're engaging the entire bottom portion of the rib cage. You guys can see that? So in true diaphragmatic breathing, we're engaging the spinal column, the rib cage, the lumbar, and we can see here too, you know how we talk about floating ribs? Right, those last 2 ribs, they're your floating ribs. So when we talk about the floating ribs, these are the guys that are hooked into the vertebra, but they're not part of the bigger cage, but they're still there to protect the kidneys and some of the lower organs. Now, the question of the psoas was brought up. Let's look at the psoas because that's a huge muscle in our yoga. This is what the psoas looks like. Did you guys look at the psoas or did you just talk about it yesterday? You looked at it? Kind of,
We
a
just
little
talked
bit.
about it.
Just talked about it? Okay. So I think it's so important to actually look at these things, right? The seat of the soul. Why is like the psoas the seat of the soul? So if we look, the psoas hooks into the back, right? So it has 2 attachments. One attachment is in the back and the other attachment is in the front of the hip, and it wraps the kidneys. This is basically flank steak, right? So if you ever go out to like a steakhouse and you ask for flank steak, you're eating psoas, is what you're eating. So, and this muscle movement is going to allow for hip movement. And this is the connection. Remember how I said in Chinese medicine, we have upper, middle, lower, right? Upper, middle, lower. We have the top warmer, the bottom warmer, and the middle warmer. This is one of the connections between the warmers. Now, the psoas is the seat of the soul. Trauma, muscle, stability, all of that. This is going to make sense when we look at the psoas through the scope of Chinese medicine. So are you guys ready to jump into some of the Chinese medicine stuff now? Yes, we're chomping at the bit for it. Very good. So what I'm going to pull up just to ground us in the conversation is I'm going to pull up this beast. And we're actually just going to kind of talk through this beast. So this is the model of the 5 elements that we use, but like there's other older vintage models, but this is the one that we like. So
Can you send this one to us maybe?
like just Google it, literally just Google 5
Okay,
elements.
sure.
I know that's a very good question, but like there's actually, like if you Google 5 elements, you'll find simpler models. This is just a good teaching model, right? But I can look, this one's just like from Wikipedia. It's not even like anything that's special. Let me make sure my chat box is up. But we can do here if you really want this one. There you go, chat box, JPEG, all yours. So now we're going to start to divide the body up a little bit differently. And how we start to divide the body up is we're going to divide it by organ systems first. Now, there's a yin organ that is always going to be paired with a yang organ. The yang organ, it's going to be a bag or a tube, because yang is movement. The yin organ, it's going to be something kind of juicy and pliable. So for example, let's start with wood, because that's like the starting of the cycle. So if we see here in this model, wood, that plus sign, that means gallbladder. That's the bag. That's the yang organ. Its paired organ is going to be the liver. That negative, now it's not like good, bad, whatever, right? So that negative, that's just liver. So that means liver. I have to say, like, one of the weirdest things I've ever seen is when I was a student and we did cadaver lab. By the time you get to like cadaver lab, like the bodies have gone through a big chemical process and there's not a lot of color to the body. What was always so interesting to me is when you pull out the liver and the gallbladder, they were actually green because of the bile. Everything else had gotten like wiped away, but they were green. Now, these guys reside in wood. So remember how I talked about is that we're talking about harmonics. We're talking about vibrational frequencies. So from a Chinese medicine standpoint, again, this is all going to start to make sense. From a Chinese medicine standpoint, we talk about yin and yang, but it's actually like, it's kind of like convoluted in the West. So yin simply, like, it just simply translates to the dark side of a hill. Like, that's what the Chinese character means. The dark side of a hill. Yang means the light side of a hill. Same hill, just two different sides. Same coin, two different sides of the same coin. Does that make sense? So, but this is the thing, the world is not black and white.
Can I just ask something?
Sure.
The plus is the yin and the minus is the yang? Or the other way around?
The other way around. So plus, yep. So think plus is like movement, right?
Mhm.
I'm actually going to explain like yin and yang. So you're like Amrit, you're going to be able to figure this out yourself for a second. Okay. So very, very, very good question. But let's think about this for a second. So you know how you have a battery and you have the positive side and the negative side to a battery? There's no value to it. It's just a positive side and a negative side, and it's just a battery. Like, that's yin and yang, right? So it's talking about charge. Like, what is the charge to that? So the positive side is going to be the yang charge, and the negative is going to be more like the yin charge to it. But you have to connect the two in order to get the battery to like move your mechanics, right? Now, if we have on one end yin, and so yin is going to be dark. Yin is going to be quiet. Yin is going to be stillness. Yin is going to be that quiet side to the hill. It's going to be night. What other examples of kind of yin can you guys think of? Winter. Winter is yin, definitely.
Female?
I'm going to keep gender out of this.
Okay.
I'm actually going to keep gender out of it because it starts to confuse it, right? So we can come back to that, but like, I want to keep gender out of it, right? Like, I want you guys to think of other things in your experience outside of gender that could be more yin.
Nighttime?
Nighttime, great.
Rest and digest.
Yin, 100%.
Negative emotions.
Or
No such thing as a negative emotion. Emotion is just an emotion.
what about seeds in the ground?
Great, that's very yin because that's potential.
Earthy. Yeah.
The out
Yes.
breath?
Say that one more time.
The out breath?
Yes, the out breath, if you relax and you don't force it.
Mm-hmm.
That exhale that we talked about, if you're not pushing it out and you just allow it to happen. So it's going to be passive.
It's like, I'm sorry.
Any other examples you guys can think of? This is good. You guys are getting some good stuff here.
Did anybody say cold?
Cold is yin. Cold is yin. Slow is yin. right? So, but again, think about another way to think about yin is pliability. Like when we think about medically what yin means, it's like the pliability of an organ. Like, is that organ juicy and yummy, right? Or is that organ kind of like dried out and like
Soft.
kind of, yeah, like you know, kind of like
Oh,
stringy, right? It's like the
You-
organ dried out and stringy.
Could you also get the tamas and the rajas in there
You could.
for yin and yang?
Yeah. So, but again, let's stay within one stream of thought right now. Okay. So yang, therefore, if we just said that yin is going to be more about potential, yang is going to be about more kinetic. It's going to be the light side of the hill, right? It's going to be daytime. We just said night is yin, so day is going to be yang, right? What are other like kind of yang things we can think about?
Flowers in bloom.
No, but put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. Very good, but put a pin in that for a second. Okay.
What about a tree?
Put a pin in it.
Okay.
You're so advanced. You're so advanced. Put a pin in it. So keep it simple, stupid. KISS. Keep it simple.
Light,
So
Action.
light, action,
you know.
kinetic,
And we did earth, heaven. Yeah, earth was yin, right? So yang is heavenly.
yang. Please God say yang. Don't say yang. Yang. I will like scratch
With
my eyeballs
fire.
out if you say yang.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yang. Yep. Fire. Put a pin in it. Put a pin in it. You guys are so advanced.
Summer then?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Summer. That's well, we'll say warm. Let's say warm as opposed to cold. Okay. So you guys are kind of getting the idea, right? That we have these two ends to a battery, right? That are polar opposites, but they move each other. We say they transmute, right? They come into. So the question here for later, why a passive exhale? Because passive is yin. Assertive is yang. So remember how we said you exhale? And that passive exhale, you just allow the air pressure to push it for you. So it's going to be slow, right? It's going to have its own rhythmic to it, but it's absolutely passive. Versus breath of fire is very active, right? You have the diaphragm engaged in both inhale and exhale on that. Make sense? Okay, very good. So now we have our yin, we have our yang, we have our black, we have our white, we have our two nodes to the battery, right? That's really just not how the world is, though. The world is in technicolor. The world is in so many vibrant colors. So between these two polar ends, we have a whole rainbow. We have all these different colors. And so that's how in Chinese medicine, they're interacting with the world. Color is just vibrational frequency. The sound of Om, the first sound, it's a vibration. So when we look at color, it's just literally a vibrational frequency, that's it. So what we have between these two opposites is we have movement, we have harmonics, we have frequencies. You guys tracking with me so far? Okay, so in this medicine, and similar to Ayurvedic, but in this medicine, they kind of identified what are the 5 biggest frequencies, the 5 loudest frequencies, the 5 biggest vibrations. And they correlated those 5 frequencies, because we're humans, to things that they could touch, feel, and have a visceral experience with. Making sense? So the 5 biggest color frequencies, we're going to say are green, red, yellow. We'll say white, it's more like silver, but white. And then blue. Now, of course, even in green, there's all types of different greens, right? You can have a pine green versus like a baby poop green versus, you know, I don't know, whatever they're naming the greens of Red Benjamin Moore, right? So even within that green, that vibration, there's still variations, right? So, but some frequencies we can have like a visceral experience of, others we can't, but that doesn't mean that the frequency doesn't exist. So for example, let's just say I have a piano in front of me, okay? And I hit the letter F. F, 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 F. Now, if I keep going up the frequency, any of you guys over the age of 15 aren't going to be able to hear it. But your dog and your 8-year-old will. Make sense? So it's, the frequency exists, you're just not having a visceral experience of it. Now, if I go down my piano, and it starts to slow down, it'll slow down and to the point it becomes matter. To the point that it actually becomes physical and you can touch it. So the higher the frequency, the more metaphysical. The lower the frequency, the more physical. But it's still vibrating in the key of F. You guys tracking with me so far? I've got a couple no's and a couple yeses. Okay, so that's a frequency. That's a frequency. Same ong, right? If I go up one more, which I cannot do, I'm not Mariah Carey, but if I went up one more, it's still ong, same note, different frequency. If it keeps going up, our physical bodies, our ears, our eyes, we're not going to hear it unless we're calibrated to it, like a dog whistle, right? Like I have a dog clicker for my dog, but like no one can hear it, but the dog's just like, knock it off, because the dog can hear it. So some of these frequencies are within our human experience, and some of them are very physical and some of them are metaphysical. Is this making a little bit more sense? Okay, very good. So let's come back to wood, for example. So the idea in this medicine is that if you can understand the vibration of the frequency that we call wood, you can understand anything that vibrates at that frequency. So stick with me. Give me examples of wood. Give me some examples of wood.
Trees,
Yep, trees. What else?
chairs,
Yeah, okay.
if it's a wooden chair.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. I didn't think you meant like
A
some
plastic
fancy,
chair.
yeah, like the plastic like Office Depot chair. Other examples of spring?
A house?
No, that's going to be earth. Good guess. We're thinking wood. Other examples of wood?
I would say like oil as well.
Yeah, let's put a pin in that one. Depends on what type of oil.
Burning.
But be simple. Be like really simple. You guys are like overthinking this. Be simple.
I don't know about the English word if it's right, but moss.
Yeah, moss is totally wood.
Everything that grows, maybe.
Anything that
in
grows.
nature that grows.
You guys got it. Bamboo, grass, flowers.
Something that
These
dries
are all.
up. Oh, I said something that dries up.
It's going to be more fire, probably. Right? Or you mean like anything we can dry and like crush into an herb or something like that? You mean?
No, because earth generally transforms.
We're in wood. We're in wood. We're in wood. We're in wood. Different element. But hold that thought with the earth element. Okay, we're going to come back to it. So you guys all named like very, very physical things that you understand that's in your realities, right? Okay, I'm going to give you a couple other things. The emotion of anger is in wood. Now think about this. Why would the emotion of anger be in wood? Like, what is that about? Well, the emotion of anger, think about the last time you really got angry. I mean, you really got angry and like you almost broke the TV set, right? And you got like pissed. How did you feel it in your body? It came up, right? It came up and it came out. That is the direction of wood. Each of these guys have a direction, right? And so the energy of wood is up and out, because think about what it takes for a plant from the potential of a seed to break through the earth and come up and out and bloom. Is this starting to make sense to you guys? This is the energy of wood. Did you guys remember that movie Kill Bill back in the day? Like I think it was Kill Bill 2 with Uma Thurman. You remember that? And you remember there was that awful, awful, awful scene that was so uncomfortable where they bury her alive and she's in a coffin, right? And she's totally freaked out and she's in the coffin and she pulls out her lighter and she's looking around and she's like, what the hell is this? Right? And then she kind of catches a breath and like the coffin is here and she starts to do this against the buried underground. She starts to do this, right? And then the next thing you just see a field and you watch this field for a minute and you start to get like uncomfortable, right? And the next thing you see is Uma Thurman like coming like out of the ground, because that's frustration. You can't go around the mountain. You can't go over the mountain. You can't go under the mountain. You're gonna have to go through it. So just fuck you, like, boom, like that's wood, that's anger, and it's not good or bad. It's just an emotion. It's just a direction. That's it. That is it. And we use it to break things. We use it to break soil. We use it to break barriers. We use it to break blocks in life. We use it to break through. And yes, an emotion is a frequency, and the frequency of wood is anger. The other frequency is compassion. So we can actually talk about, like in these frequencies, if there's too much or too little of something, right? So too much anger, you're a rageaholic, right? And like, you know, the teaching is that like, great, these are great emotions as long as you move through them. You don't hang out in them too long, because they serve a purpose, and once the purpose is served, like you got to give it up. You have to metabolize it. Now, yes, emotions are a frequency, but emotions are actually something very real. So compassion is the other one. I'm gonna pull up a reference document for you guys here that'll give to you. Virtue of the elements. So, you know, when wood is actually in balance, when the wood energy is in balance, it looks like flexibility. Because, right, like a vine is wood and it can flex around it. It looks like flexibility. It looks like patience. It takes patience for wood to grow. Self-esteem, like that tree can hold its own. And guess what? Even if the tree grows crooked, tree's not judging itself, it's just growing. Discernment. It's another emotion of wood. When the element of wood, when this vibration is in harmony. Now, if it's a habitual behavior and we're sitting in excess, it's going to look like belligerent. It's going to look like resentment. One of the things that cracks me up about my mom, she still blames her sister for shit. I was like, but you guys were 8. You're like 75 now. Like you've been holding on to that for like 60 odd years. That is wood out of balance. That is holding a grudge. And that's eventually going to hurt you because you're hanging out in that vibration too long. Now, with wood, if we don't have enough wood energy, it's going to look like timidity. You know that person, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. What do you want? No, I don't know. What do I want to be when I grow up? I could be a lawyer. I could be an acupuncturist. I could be green pea. I don't know. That's lack of wood energy, like someone who can't make a decision to save their life. So we can always go into an excess or deficiency with the emotion. And where that emotion, the organ system that is associated with that is going to be the liver and the gallbladder. Is this starting to make sense? Starting to come together a little bit? Am I losing you guys yet, or do I still have you here?
Why liver and gallbladder?
Well,
There is where anger lives.
well, no, you know what? It's where our anger is metabolized.
Okay.
We'll say is where our anger is metabolized. Now, like emotions are not like some woo-woo area for us. It's like directional, like no, like emotions are chemical. So emotions, and from a like biochemical standpoint, emotions are a hormonal reaction that is objective, that is happening in response to an objective event, and you're having a subjective reaction. So I'll give you an example. Cheetah. Huh, there's a cheetah. That cheetah is pretty objective. There it is. There's a cheetah, right? Hormonal reaction, adrenaline. I'm now going to have adrenaline surge through my body in response to that danger. Make sense so far? Subjective reality is fear. My subjective reality of that adrenaline rush is going to be terror. And I'm either going to go into fight or flight, or I'm going to freeze, kind of depending on my conditioning, right? So I'll either freeze like a deer and hope that cheetah doesn't see me, or I'm going to run like hell, one way or the other, right? I got to do something with that adrenaline. I got to do something with it, right? So hopefully I actually am able to break it down and process that adrenaline and be done with the experience. Now, let's say I don't do that, right? Let's say I'm not able to let go of that adrenaline. Well, the body's like, it's not going to serve you. So I'm going to stick it here. 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 I'm going to stick it like wherever. I'm going to stick it in the muscle. I'm going to stick it in the psoas. I'm going to stick it like, you know, my pelvic floor. I'll just deal with it later. So it sticks it in the junk drawer of the musculoskeletal system. Is this making sense? Okay. And then you go to Kundalini and you go, okay, shoulder shrugs. Okay, shoulder. Oh my God, why am I crying? And you just totally lose it. And it's like, well, why are you losing it? Because you just metabolized that chemical that was in the system, but it's no longer connected to the cheetah. So it can be very disconnecting. It can be very disassociative, right? Because we have that emotion, that chemical that we're processing, but it's no longer connected to the original event. Does this make sense to you guys? And so sometimes that's what we can mean by a trigger. Not all the time, but like a trigger is like when we come out of neutrality around that. Now, the liver and the gallbladder, I don't want to go back into the anatomy, but the liver and the gallbladder, they're paired. The gallbladder's tucked right up under the liver. They're like peanut butter and jelly. They go hand in hand. So that's the bag that goes with the organ. So far, so good with this stuff? Okay, excellent. So let's move into the next element. So we're gonna follow, we call this the generating cycle. Now, what wood does is wood nourishes fire. Fire is gonna burn on something. So the relationship between wood and fire is that burning, right? Now the organ system for fire gets kind of crazy. So the organ system for the fire is gonna be heart, is going to be the yin, and the small intestine is going to be the yang. Now, this is going to make sense. It's going to make sense in a second. So can you guys give me some examples of fire what you think of when you think of fire. And keep it simple, don't overthink it. But some examples of fire.
The sun.
Fire.
Yeah.
Well, the forest fire is like, we'll just say like the burning of the Northwest.
The sun.
Yep, beautiful.
Could it be love and fear for the two polarities?
Not fear, but definitely love. And what I'm going to say is joy.
Mhm.
I'm going to say joy.
Heat.
Hate. Hate, not really. Like, the opposite to love is actually apathy. That's worse than hate. Right? Is apathy. So hate, that fuck you, I hate you. That's more liver.
No, I meant heat. H-E-A-T.
Oh, heat. Yes, heat is fire. Heat. I thought I heard hate. Heat. Yes, heat is fire. But think about different types of heat, right? We have a forest fire. We have a stove, right? That cooks food. We have a match. We have a candle. We have electricity. We have the slow burn of embers left over from the night before. We have a raging house fire. But then we have a fire in the fireplace. Right? So fire is actually the element of communication. And the direction of fire is up and out, right? Like dancing around a fire, like you want to raise your hands, like raise the roof, like that's fire. But when we talk about joy, it is the joy of contentment, which we have so forgotten about. It is the joy of contentment. It's not that like joy on your wedding day, you know, where you're like overjoyed and you're just like, you can't believe it, and like you're so excited and blah, blah, blah. That's nice. That's a top type of fire, right? But that's actually, believe it or not, like that's an excess fire. So fire in harmony looks like insight. You know yourself and you know the other person. You know what's yours, propriety. Like a mastery of something. But it's the joy of contentment, not too little, not too much, just the right. Like I look at Jeff Bezos, that guy looks crazy. He looks great. And like when you look in his eyes and they're like all big and like watery, he's like, yeah, like it's just like, wow, like it's almost like this hot manic state. Like enough will never be enough for that man. There is no joy of contentment. And so he just keeps accumulating, right? So, you know, like when we say you do something to your heart's contentment, do something to your heart's content. The other part to that is then you stop. Then you stop. So, but fire is also about alchemy, the transformation of one thing to another, because you need that alchemical heat, right? And the heat of relationships, like the heat of the relationship to the self and the heat of the relationship to community, to another person, right? And so in this fire, we recognize two other systems. Remember we did the Sanjiao, the triple warrant this morning, where we did like the clearing of that. So the other like kind of theoretical one to that is the pericardium. I'm not right. So the pericardium, from a Western standpoint, it's a little bit strange, but this will make sense. So the pericardium, it's the tissue that surrounds the heart. It's the tissue that actually protects the heart. So if you guys have ever heard about pericarditis, that's something that we see in COVID, long haulers, is where that tissue that surrounds, embraces, and protects the heart can become inflamed. So we say pericardium, but what we actually mean is it's a sexual function. It's the heat of intimacy. It is the libido. We say it is the well, right? You gotta have a little bit of heat in that heart and libido if you're gonna have good sex. Otherwise, it's just cold fish sex. Nobody wants that. Like, if you're having sex, you want to be able to connect to your partner in front of you, or behind you, or on top of you, or below you. I don't know, whatever position you're doing, right? But like you need that interconnection, and it generates that heat, right? And so you not only need like for good sex, you need not only a heart-to-heart connection, right? But you need both that physical and that metaphysical connection. That's the transcendent sex that happens when you're able to connect at that other level, and that includes libido. And so what we say is like the pericardium is the metabolic function of the sex organs, which is hot. And we can come back to this a little bit more like when we do fire tomorrow. Okay, so let's talk about Earth. When you think of Earth, give me some examples of Earth.
Dirt.
Yeah.
Rocks.
Say that again.
Rocks.
Yeah, rocks is Earth. Yeah, totally. Well, it depends on what types. If you think like clumps of clay, yes. But if we think like rocks like diamonds, precious gems, that kind of thing, that's going to be metal. But Earth is food. Earth is the harvest. Earth is that time in August when you go to the farmer's market and the farmer's market is overflowing. Earth is the kitchen in your house where everything happens. Earth is home, right? Like in a good house, like around Christmas, where's like the good stuff? Where's the gossip happening? It's in the kitchen. Earth is how we nourish ourselves. Earth is how we nourish each other. So therefore, the systems of Earth are going to be spleen and stomach. It's how we digest. Now, when we say spleen, again, it's kind of used interchangeably as pancreas, right? Like I mentioned that this morning a little bit, right? So what we say with spleen, the energy of the spleen specifically is to transform and transport. So what that means is I put a piece of spinach in my mouth. It's the spleen's energy that transforms it into usable nutrients and transports it to the part of my body that I need. That's like the function of the spleen, right? So it breaks down things into usable forms. My students, like at the college, you know, we just, when my students move from the first year to the second year, they have this huge, crazy exam that they have to do. And if they don't pass the exam, like they don't get to move into their second year, right? So everyone's like totally freaking out and they're like studying and they're studying like 10, 12 hours a day. And they're like, I can't get one more piece of information in my brain. Like, you know, and they're just like kind of like binging and purging information. So how we deal with that from Chinese medicine, you take a digestive. When you overstudy, you take a digestive because you couldn't actually digest all the information. So you take a digestive herb of some kind so you can digest the information and then you go keep studying. So it's that energy, right? So like when we study, we have to take this information, this meta information, transform it into something usable and transport it to that part of the brain or we'll store it for later. Same kind of energy. But in Earth, right, so the emotions of the Earth, though, are sympathy. That's the overriding emotion. Now, when Earth is in harmony, what it's going to look like is reciprocity. I go to my neighbor, I give them an egg, I take an egg, my neighbor comes here, they have a cup of sugar, they take a cup of sugar. It's reciprocity. It's integrity. It's integrity of home. It's integrity of infrastructure. It's doing the right thing because it's right for you and the community. It's right for the home. It's engagement, engaging with the environment around you. Now, when there's too much earth, when we're in excess, it's going to look like obsession. It's going to look like OCD, self-indulgence, self-sufficiency. I don't need anyone. I've got this. I'm a total individual. No, I got it. No. I don't need anyone. I'm good. I'm good. That's too much earth. Independence versus interdependence. And that ultra independence can sometimes be, it's sometimes a trauma response where there's some sort of damage in that earth element. Yes, OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, right? So it's like, I can't leave the house until I touch the stove 15 times. Fuck, that was 14. I have to start over. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's spleen. Or that obsession, right? You know, people who like start stalking celebrities and they just won't let it go. That's like an imbalance earth. You know, if earth is deficient though, it's going to look like compliancy, boredom. Like deficient earth looks like, and I have a little bit of this right now. It looks like if you open somebody's like front room closet, like everything's just going to fall out. Right? Like you look and it's just like, what's one more thing we can push it? Just don't open the door. Just don't open the door and it's fine. Like don't open it. Like that's like too little earth, right? Because you haven't been able to organize it. Too much earth is somebody who's like a psycho with the labeler. Right? Like who's like Instagram worthy and you open their spice rack and you're just like, wow, that took hours. That's a little much. All right, you can't just read like human on there. You had to label that also. Like, so that's so what that's going to do though, is that's all again, like the stomach is going to be the yang and the spleen is going to be yin to that. Okay, metal. I am going to give you guys the most metal example of anything I've ever come across ever. And it's Kundalini. Kundalini is the most metal thing ever because a couple things. We wear white. We'll start with that. We wear white. We are obsessed with the lungs and the breath. The organ elements to metal, the yin is going to be the lungs, which is the inspiration. The yang is going to be the large intestine, the letting go what we don't need. Metal is about inspiration. It is about self-worth. It is about balance. It's starting to sound familiar, like with our yoga, right? It is about receptivity, so gracious reception. And it's about finding the perfection in the imperfection. It's about finding that needle in the haystack. And so we often talk about too, that metal is about connecting to something bigger than yourself. God, it's about connecting to God. And so however, that being said, the kind of two big emotions that go with metal are grief, so loss. The season, we haven't talked about the seasons, but the season to metal is fall. when the leaves start to fall. And you know, like when you go out like in a good fall day, you can smell when fall happens. There's like that sudden crispness to the air one day, and the leaves have like a very specific smell. That's metal, that's all metal. And so like in this metal state though, there's this longing, right? But it's the longing to connect to something. It's the longing to connect to self. And the grief is you're sad that you can't do that. Is this making sense to you guys? Right? And so, you know, like when somebody close to us dies, it can take your breath away, right? Like it's shocking. It's just, you can't like quite catch your breath because you kind of lose that energy in the upper part to the body. And it just like knocks your socks off. But then when you use the breath and like you can kind of like transcend this, like, you know, that space where like you're doing like a deep meditation and that space that exists between the inhale and the exhale, right? That really like special space, that's metal. That's metal because you don't need to inhale, you don't need to exhale. Everything is perfect in that moment. It's perfection. And then the last one is going to be water. So I'll just give you some examples because I do want to move us into like a quick break and then some yoga here. So I'll just give you examples of water. So, and I think you guys can think of most of this, right? So oceans, lakes, streams, clouds, rain, this is all water. But there's a difference between the Mississippi and the Atlantic. There's a difference between Lake Superior, which is one of the largest like open bodies of fresh water in the world, that's deep and cold. Lake Superior is terrifying if you've ever gone near it, right? Versus like those clear glacial lakes that are up in British Columbia. There's so many different types of water. Now, the two water, and water is winter, water is snow, water is cold. The two systems of water are going to be the urinary bladder and the kidney. The urinary bladder is the bag that's going to be young, and the kidney is that yin juicy organ. Now, when water is in balance, it looks like wisdom. It's contemplation. Still waters run deep. It's the ability to single task and single task well. It's the ability to go into the zone. Now, that being said, the emotion is fear, right? And so if there's too much water, it's like orthodoxy. I'm right, you're wrong, I know, you don't. That's too much water. Too little water is actually just fantasy. Right? It's just existing in a world that you make up of your own. So, you know, that being said, now balance, if we're balanced, our health and well-being, we exist in the middle of this like pentagram that we're looking at, right? Remember how I said the 5 elements were kind of like antique Myers-Briggs? Like, where do you lean in times of stress? And it's going to tax that system. So I'm just going to use myself as this. So I am very, very, very much a water type. I'm very much, this has nothing to do with thought. This has nothing to do with astrology. This has nothing to do with numerology. This has nothing to do with any of that, right? This is like a personality. This is how I vibrate as me, Heidi. Okay. So I am very much a water type. When I'm stressed, how I self-soothe is I need to know. I need to take something apart and I need to like really figure it out and put it back together, right? So it makes me a good teacher. It makes me a good professor because I can take things apart and I can put them back, right? And then I can explain it, right? But it also means that when I'm freaked out, I lean too much into the urinary and the kidney axis. So I can tend towards adrenal fatigue very quickly, very easily, right? And when I'm being a bitch, I know better than you. I like, if I'm being a bitch, it means like I walk into the room and I assume I know more than anyone. That's water in excess. And that's when it's just like, oh, time to go do the Kundalini, like to bring you back to center. So you're not leaning into that energetic too much and taxing that system and pulling yourself out of health. Is this making sense to you guys? Yes? Right? Like a metal type, what my sign is, oh, who cares what my sign is? I'll tell you guys at the end of tell you guys Sunday night what my sign is, but like, sign notwithstanding, right? So like a metal type, right? Like a metal type, it's gonna be somebody with like really hard edges to them. Like really, really, really like hard edges. And oh, here's even a better one. You guys, again, I'm gonna Harry Potter this for you guys. You guys are familiar with the Harry Potter characters?
Only vaguely, so I won't really get what you're saying.
Oh, you'll definitely get this one. Do you guys remember Luna Lovelace? Harry, I see dead people. Right? And so she's kind of like, she's got that breathy quality to her. She's not attached. She has like no material possessions. Like she doesn't even have shoes, right? And she's just kind of like walking around like untethered. You see people like this in the Kundalini community all the time. Like they're floating up here, right? And you can't get them back down. They don't want to come down. They're happy up here, right? They're happy in this like other place because they feel like they're a little bit closer to God. And like they don't always, and these are the people too, like on the inhale and the exhale, like their favorite is the exhale. They love that exhale. When they exhale, they'll wait just a little too long almost to inhale because it brings them like one step closer to God. Is this making sense to you guys? Right? These are people where like, now I don't want you to make this one-to-one correlation. You have to be careful with this. So like, let's say somebody's constipated since they were a kid. Like they've never been able to move their bowels, right? That's kind of different medically, right? And that's like a different medical situation. But if somebody's like, they haven't been able to move, they haven't like really taken a good poop since the divorce, that's a metal thing. There's something that they're not letting go of. Starting to make sense to you guys? Okay, very good. So this is what I would like to do. What I am going to give you, just because I think you will enjoy it. So here's a PDF that I put in the chat box for you. That is a virtue of the elements that explains emotionally exactly what we talked about. I give this to you in good faith. Please do not post it on the internet. This is for your gratification only, right? But I think like as you start to like look at this and play with it, and you know, you'll start seeing like certain aspects that you may identify with or not identify with. So that being said, what we're going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to have you guys for an hour do your practicums, practice for your practicums, right? We'll take a break after that, and then I actually want to do a deeper dive into the earth element with you today, okay? And I want to give you an experience of the earth element, and we're going to talk about the earth element in terms of meridians and how the earth element shows up in your kriyas, and like how to actually work with the earth element in your kriyas. Oh, metal of organ is the lungs and the large intestine. So if you want to see what the organs are, I'm gonna keep this up in the share screen. So it's here on the share screen. So you guys can just take notes off that. Right, so here, like on metal Li, that means large intestine. Lu means lung. Very good. Any kind of outstanding questions right now with some of this?
Amrit, did you get all your questions answered that were in the chat?
I think so. Just let me. Yeah, I thought about when fire is the element of communication. So it's would be then. Would that be the anger? But that's an emotion, right?
That's an emotion. So what you're thinking about, like, so wood is the element of vision.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the element of being able to make a plan and then executing on that plan. So for example, like a wood type would be an architect, right? Because they can take this vision and they can see a whole building and they can plan that building and they can put together the blueprints and they can give those blueprints for somebody else to build, right? So they have like a long-term, so they're visionaries, but we need that vision. We need that vision to plan our life.
Mm-hmm.
So wood is also the element of generals, like the general of the army who can direct the army. So wood is like, not Jamie Dimon management, but like middle management, right? Who can take direction to be like, what are the blueprints? Where do we need to go? And then start to like have the vision to make them happen, to create a reality. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, earth is going to be the element of infrastructure. How we kind of plan our life, right? Are we stable in our life? Are we stable in our finances? Are we stable in home? Do we have food security? Do we have financial security? So earth is really about like the element of security. Water is the element of knowledge. And by the way, that's ancestral knowledge as well. So that's past, present, future knowing. So for example, when you gestate in amniotic fluid. That's the fluid of your ancestors. It's DNA. It's also, water is also sex organs, which we'll talk again, like when we get to like the water kriyas, like it'll make more sense. And metal is about transcendence and gracious reception. And it's about interdependence, not independence, interdependence. Because we're interdependent on the earth, right? We're interdependent on breathing. We're interdependent on things bigger than us.
Mm-hmm.
Answer it for you?
Mm-hmm. And something I also thought about is, you said wood and fire are up and out.
Mm-hmm.
So what would the other three be then from the...
So where do you think, I know, where do you think water goes?
Down?
Yeah, exactly. Water goes down, it follows gravity. You get so scared you pee your pants. Right? Where do you think Earth goes? If Earth is in the center, which way is, well, what does Earth feel like? I'm giving it to you.
Circular.
Right? Do you ever like wind up in a logic circle and like you get nervous and like you have that worry and like you can feel it in your gut? Like you can feel like that worry like right in your center. That's Earth.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the movement of grief, think about the last time you had a good cry. I don't mean just like, me, the Notebook. I mean like you were like inconsolable crying. What was your position? No, not down. Not down. Think about your
Also
position.
up and out?
You ever cry to the point you're in the fetal position on the ground? That you just like literally drop to your knees and you collapse. And your shoulders roll in and it's an internal collapse.
Mm-hmm.
That's grief. That's lung. That's why all our lung exercises do this. Open. All the lung exercises open because it's the opposite to that pulling into the fetal position on the ground. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And like the wood, you know, like when somebody gets pissed at you and they do this, you know, they're just following the energy. That's all they're doing because the energy is up and out. Right? If I have patients, like especially female patients, who have a little too much wood energy that needs to be dispersed. You know what my advice is? I tell them to go to a gun range. I literally tell them to go shoot rifles. Go to a gun range, go axe throwing, or do archery. Do it until you're exhausted. Throw that axe until you can't throw it like anymore. Like shoot that gun until you can't shoot it because that's just the direction of anger. And I want them to burn it out. Right? Like punching a pillow is not the same because it's not the same feedback. It's not the same discharge. Right? So, but like if we look at the cycle, right? If that's what I'm trying to do, I need to get them to discharge all of that, right? That means then I want to nourish healthy wood. So I'm going to be working in the water access to it. And I'm going to be using metal to control it a little bit. Again, just a different way to view like how we approach some of this stuff emotionally. And this is all seasonal too. So for example, like if you're looking for Kriyas to do seasonally, right? Like summer or spring equinox, like it's always like March, right? Like March 20th, like around there. Like you want to be doing like your liver stuff. You want to be doing your liver Kriyas. Best time to do it. All your heart Kriyas, the best time to do your heart Kriyas are in June. Because that's the fire, that's summer. That's when that energy is most accessible to us. It's easiest to touch and feel. Earth, the reason that we're starting with Earth is because we're in August. We're in harvest season. We're coming into harvest season, right? So we want to be doing like our stomach and spleen Kriyas. Like fall is the best time to be doing all those lung Kriyas. Like if you're looking for seasonal inspiration, right? And then winter is the best time to be doing your kidney Kriyas, your adrenal Kriyas. Like all those Kriyas that are going to like restock the adrenals, right? Winter is the best time for that. So the seasons are when these energies are just a little bit like more visceral, where we can touch them a little bit more and we can work with the Kriyas in a way that's really going to have like a profound impact for our students. So doing a heart Kriya in June versus a heart Kriya in December, it's going to land differently. And not because it's December, Christmas, like, whatever, like that's not the reason it's going to land differently. It's going to land differently because that heart Kriya as a fire Kriya is kind of best done in like the season of fire. Does this make sense to you guys?
Yeah, but is there a place where it says this somewhere so that we could say, hey, this is a good month to do this Kriya, to connect those?
No, don't think of it by month, think of it by season.
Okay, by season, but is there something that would connect, like a Google Doc or whatever that shows that info?
Nah, I mean, you could go look at a Taoist almanac if you want to get like But that's very metal of you, Rachel B. Like perfection. There's no room for error. It has to be like on this date.
Yeah, I'm
right?
not looking for perfection. I'm looking for like a chart of guidance because I won't remember all of this information.
No, it's not like, but no, like I'll like, so what I'll do, like the 5 elements that I gave you, right? I'll pull up one more chart that has the seasons
Mhm.
to it, and you just kind of do it seasonally. You just really do it seasonally. And so like, for example, like spring, you know, and think about like solstices and equinoxes. That's like another way to divide the year with that weird earth time in August. But I'll see if I can find a document for you, like while you guys are doing your practicums, right? And again, like you can literally, you can do like, you can do any of the Kriyas any time of year, right? But again, it's how can sometimes we use the energies that are around us to our advantage, and that's just one way to use the seasons to our advantage. Make sense?
Yeah, I think that's the part that's appealing that is pretty much left out of education, or at least how I was raised. It was very much not about the earth and the elements. And I think another question I have later on, not right now, because with the Kundalini yoga with the tattvas, how would you see, because I see correlations between the Chinese medicine that you're talking about and the tattvas, but they're not exactly the same. Not to be answered now because that's a long, I'm sure, response. But
you know what? Actually, it's a very quick response.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Response, right? It's like a 30-second response. I'll give you the response, and I'm going to put you guys on a break. Okay. So there's the great Tao that exists above us, right? Outside of us, it's the formations of the universe. It's what we're all connected to, right? And the Tao is the universal, regardless of like if we're living on Sirius star, if we're living in fucking Mars, or it doesn't matter, right? So the Tao is the universal. The Tao wants to differentiate. And so what's going to happen is as the Tao starts to move through kind of like the different realms, it's going to start to refine. Make sense? So it's kind of like this refinement. But then it's going to start, this refinement has to percolate through geography, through culture, before that Tao becomes so refined that you are a piece of the refined Tao. Right? So the Tao is having a human experience through you. Make sense so far? But we're all plugged into it like Christmas lights. But just the bulbs are different. So we're going to shine a little bit differently. Right? But as that Tao differentiates, that Tao is going to differentiate through cross-sectionality. And it's gonna be tied to geography. It's going to be tied to time. It's going to be tied to culture. It's going to be tied to gender expression, sex, and endocrine system. But that's what makes you you, right? You only get out of the bajillion, like whatever, like infinite number of years in the universe. You get 100 years to experience you. What a glorious fucking thing. How amazing is that, right? And so in that refinement, if the Tao is coming through a filter of India, or coming through a filter of South Africa, or coming through a filter of the Pacific Northwest, or coming through a filter of Siberia, coming through a filter of Manhattan, it's going to refine a little bit differently. So there's going to be similarities to it, Tao, D-A-O, or Tao. Like the Tao De Jing. Tao De. Right. Taoism, just if you're doing pinyin or wei jia, like just depends like what translation you're doing. Right. So in this refinement, right, it's going to show up a little bit differently. Does that make sense, Rachel?
not exactly, but I mean,
okay. I'm going to give you one more. I'll give you one more.
To be honest, not exactly.
Okay, I'm going to give you one more example. Tea. You like drinking tea?
Yeah.
You love tea?
Sort of.
Okay. You know different types of tea?
Oolong.
Yeah, like oolong, Earl Grey, black tea. What other? We got like lapsang souchong. What else we got? Sencha, white tea. You know, it all comes from the same plant.
Right.
comes from Camellia sinensis. You know what the difference between all those T's are? Processing. You know what the difference between Ayurvedic, Taoism, and Western medicine is? Processing.
That makes more sense.
Same plant, right? Very different liqueur. Very, very different liqueur. Depending on who's doing the processing, what the taste of that person drinking the tea is, like what they want to taste. Geographical differences, cultural differences are all going to have an influence of how that cup of tea comes out. Same plant. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, that one made more sense. Yeah.
So that's the Tao trying to refine itself, right? So when we see, you know, correlations between like the tattvas and Ayurveda and like yoga and qigong, like it's just the process, the cultural processing is different for the same universal truth. And that's why we can approach this yoga through Chinese medicine. Just a different processing to it. Same, just different means to the same end. So any other questions? This is a very good question, Rachel. Thank you. Any other kind of questions right now outstanding?
Just one thing you said about the characters, which was very interesting, about metal and water. So like someone being, you know, like floating up in the air or something like that. And what would that be for wood, fire, and earth? Is there any typical?
Sure. So wood is going to over control. Like wood is going to self-soothe by controlling. Right. Like there's this woman who's in my building here, and like if your mask is just down like a little bit, right? Or you will hear high holy hell from her. She's trying to control her own COVID anxiety by controlling everything around her. Right. I actually have deep compassion for her. But that's control. That's what. So wood is going to self-soothe through control. Earth is going to self-soothe through cooking and eating. It eats its feelings. And fire is going to self-soothe through, especially if it's excess, like it's going to soothe through social interaction. And fire in like real sex, in like real excess, is going to look like sex addict. Right. I've seen like here in New York, I've seen a couple, like, you know, whatever people want to do between each other, that's great. Right. Like polyamory, so like multiple partners and like multiple living situations is kind of hitting the scene here in New York. And a lot of people are exploring that lifestyle. For some people, like I see it work beautifully, like absolutely beautifully, like great, right? Like they know how to do it. Like I've seen a couple other instances, and like that's just like somebody trying to like who's a sex addict that wants to cover it like in a socially acceptable form, right? And so they don't feel comfortable unless they have like multiple partners, but they're actually not respectful to those multiple partners. Right, so that's a fire access type. Sorry, my husband's just trying to negotiate dinner here. So, off camera.
Would that be like unsatiality?
Yeah, it's like unsatiated, and you know, but it's not. But there's a different type of, like, for example, I don't know, like these are the people that have like 10,000 Facebook friends, right? It's just like, do you actually know 10,000 people? Like, I don't think you do, right? But like, but they're looking for that communication, right? These are the people that recharge at a rave. I don't know who recharges it. Like they go, they're just like, okay, so I need to go. And they go to a rave and they're just like, yes, my heart is open. This is amazing. Like, whoa, okay, cool. Like Burning Man. Burning Man's like, that's kind of fire, right? They're all like connecting to a different part of themselves in the heat of the desert. Literally Burning Man, right? And so like that kind of person is going to lean more towards like that communal, like community, yes, like let's get people together, blah, blah, blah. Like that's much more fire. All right, one more question if there's any more outstanding questions, because I do want to give you guys a break and I do want to give you time to do these practicums.
I didn't get any of like, just for a seasonal Kriya, just one for the fall. What would you get?
Anything long.
Long? Okay.
Long, yeah, anything long opening Kriya, anything long.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And water needs to know. Water needs to like know, like go get a PhD in like orthobionic, like something very specific, right? Like very, very, very specific. Like I'm super what, because I'm so niche in what I do. Like I'm so niche. They're just like, you know, you have Hashimoto's, you should go talk to Heidi. Like that's so freaking niche, but that's like so water, because it's like this deep knowing of like one thing, right? And then you can keep knowing, like, is there enough to know? Like you can know, just keep studying forever. That's water. We're your teachers, we're your professors, we're like, I have a doctorate and then a postdoctorate and then a second PhD. And then like, you know, these are people that are addicted to school. That's water. Amrit, did you just do that? All right, my water girl. Okay, very good. So it is 2:19. Let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute break to 2:30. And then I'm gonna let Baldev kind of lead you guys through. No, before. Oh wait, you want to do yoga before the practicums? You guys sure you want to do back to back like that? I'm seeing some. Okay, let's just do this quick vote. So this is our choice: break and then practicums, or break, yoga practicums. So A is break practicums, yes. We have 1, 2.
Oh, they're insane.
Right? Or the second one was break, yoga practicums. Who wants the yoga before the practicums?
Well, one thing you have to realize, folks, is the practicums are also yoga. Your practicums are yoga. You all have yoga kriyas to do. So that'll be kriya and then kriya. So that's 2 hours of kriya. Is that what you want?
What's the option?
The option is practicums for an hour and then come back with lecture and other things.
Of course, we're here for the lecture.
Or 2 hours of yoga.
No.
So who wants 2 hours of yoga?
Okay, so no, this I'm going to make an executive decision. Sorry, like I'm going to step back here as a teacher. I'm going to make the executive decision. So this is what you're going to do. We're going to take 10 minutes. You're going to do your practicums, because I promised Hari that I would give you an hour for the practicums. That is yoga and that is kriya, and you guys are going to get your movement in that. Okay, you're going to come back from the practicums. We're going to take a short break. You're going to have a very short lecture after that. And then we're going to do an earth set, so you guys can see what an earth set looks like. And we're going to be talking about meridians with the earth specifically, so you can see how the meridians move through the earth set. Fair? So you're going to get plenty of yoga today, but like use the time wisely for your practicums. Good? Okay, very good. So it is 2:21. Come back at 2:30, ready to do your practicums. Excellent. Thank you, Siri. All right. So what I want to do now is I want to start talking a little bit about the meridians, but I also want to give you a visceral experience. And so we're gonna, I know you guys just came out of like some practicum practice, but like, let's do some yoga. Sound good? Get you guys moving in your body. I mean, this is why you're here, right? All right, so where we're gonna start. So we're gonna start with this. So you guys have probably seen some version of this somewhere, hanging in an acupuncturist's office, or I don't know, like online, or like they like to make this the covers of books, what have you. So, you know, we do this very poor translation of the Chinese to English, whether these are meridians or channels. We tend to use that word interchangeably. But they're not, but we tend to use that word interchangeably. So what these are is these are pathways on the body where there is a certain resonance. And this is not like some, you know, like woo-woo thing. We're gonna look at each of, this is just like an overview, right? We're gonna look at each of these guys like over the next couple of days. So, but the meridians and pathways were something that was like, have you guys heard of what EIP is, evidence-informed practice? Do you know that? So evidence-informed practice is what's used in the scientific community regarding like discovery. Like, so what qualifies as actually like a good study, a good opinion? You know, I think a lot of people don't know how to read research. They have too much bias in reading the research. So they'll agree with, so they like reading something that feels good to them. And if it doesn't feel good to them, they can throw out the opinion. However, so evidence-informed practice is ways of studying and accumulating knowledge. And one of the ways that we do that, this in the medical field, is through case studies and observing. So this whole thing like, oh my God, how do they know where these meridians are? And like, how did they discover that? They discovered it through like 8,000 years of trial and error is what happened. So these pathways were discussed and discovered over a period of time. And so, and there's a lot of family systems in Chinese medicine, right? And so like during the different dynasties, they'd actually call in to the imperial city physicians in the field and be like, where do you think the stomach channel is? Where do you think the stomach channel? Where do you think the stomach? Where do you think the stomach channel is? And these were decided by committee over time. And there has been like a long period of like evolution and a long period of trial and error discovering where these pathways are. Now, when we talk about what we're going to look at is, because we're going to start with Earth, I want to start with the stomach and the spleen meridians, these Earth meridians. Now, if we were in class, I would normally do this if we were on ground. I normally pick a volunteer and I pull out a yellow marker and I draw the channel on them and then I make them move so that they can see like how the channel moves. Now, I tried to buy a unitard for my husband and I was going to draw it on my husband, but he absolutely vehemently like disagreed, would not let me like draw on the unitard. So we're just going to have to go with this, right? But when there's a direction to the way things move, and there's a very specific placement to them. Now I'm going to stand up to show you some stuff. So, you know, in Western, hopefully you guys can see me. You know, in Western anatomical position, this is Western anatomical position, right? You guys have seen this before, right? In the Michelangelo drawings. Eastern anatomical position is this. Eastern anatomical position is if I was standing like this and I was facing the sun. So the first thing that we note is, where is the sun going to hit the body, right? Well, the sun's going to hit these portions down the front. And so these are going to be very young portions, right? Remember, the sunny side to a hill. If I'm standing like this and the sun is coming down on me, note that there's still going to be shadows. Those shadows, just if you can see this, the shadows are going to be the inside to my arm, because the sun can't hit that. The shadows are going to be the inside to my legs. So we have the yang surface versus the yin surfaces. Is this clear so far? In this position? Okay, so in this position, remember we have a paired channel, spleen and stomach. These guys go together. So we're gonna look at the stomach channel first. So if we look at the stomach channel first. So the stomach channel actually starts right below your eye. And you can feel where it starts. So if you just be gentle with yourself, right? So if you feel the orbital bone, right? You feel the bone there, like right under your eye. Now with the pad of your finger, what you can do is start to push on the bone, and almost like directly under where the pupil is, you're gonna feel a hole. You feel that hole, that dip there? You should feel it should be like, and if you push it, it should actually feel kind of good, like in a weird way. It should, oh, that feels like delightful, right? So now there's going to be a couple holes that go around the eye, but this one is directly at the bottom, okay? So that's where the stomach channel starts, because you got to see your food, right? First thing you got to do is you have to see it. And then you'll note that the stomach channel comes down. Going to be in line with the nose because I see that rabbit, I smell that rabbit. So that's the next place that the stomach channel goes. The stomach channel is going to continue down to the side of the mouth. By now you should be salivating, right? So you should be salivating. So now you see the rabbit, smell the, damn, I can taste that tasty rabbit. Now I'm salivating. And then the stomach channel is going to come up to the brain because I got to think how I'm going to catch that damn rabbit. Right? But it comes just right to the hairline is where it goes, right? So the first thing it does is the stomach channel comes down across the face through the salivary glands and up to an entry point to the brain. Clear so far? Okay, now I'm gonna go get that fucking rabbit. So the next place it goes is the stomach channel. I just wanna make sure. Okay, so the next place that it goes is the stomach channel. It's gonna come down the side of the throat and it's gonna pivot because it has to come down through the nipple. Okay, let me back up so I'm not like all boobs on you. So it's gonna come down like this. It's gonna pivot and it has to come through the nipple because that's food, right? That's how we nourish. That's how we nourish the generations forward in front of us. So the nipple is actually right. It's not when we needle, but it's a recognized point, okay? So it's going to come down through the nipple. You can see here now, the stomach, it's gonna come down towards the pancreas. It's gonna come down in front of the intestines. And now we got to go get that damn rabbit. And that's going to take some big muscles to do that. So what the stomach channel is now going to do, it's going to come down the front of the quads so we can engage these big muscles. These are big earthy muscles. This is big meat, right? So we can engage this big meat. It's going to come down the front of the leg, the shin, just on the outside of the bone. So wherever you're sitting, what I'd like you to do too is like reach down below your knee. And if you feel your knee and you feel the bone of the knee and you trace the front of that to the front of your shin, there's going to be some like lumpy bumpies in there, right? There's going to be like the top of the tibia. You can feel that. But now just drop a finger just to the outside. We say lateral. So just drop a finger lateral. And you feel that big, like in New York, we all have big earth channels in the shins because we walk everywhere. So where it's going to be, if you can see this, if this is the shin, it's going to be this big muscle right here. Can you see this so far? Are we clear with this so far? Right, and you can look at the little picture that I have for you. Now, I want you to watch something. I'm going to go into a position. And let me make sure I have my glasses on. You guys can see me here if I come to the floor. Can you see me? Can you see me on the floor here? Okay, very good. So now, remember how I just said this is Earth? Here, the front of the shin. Look at what happens when I come to my knees and I settle in this position. That is Earth connecting to Earth. The front of the leg, right? That muscle is called tibialis anterior. So that front of the leg is one of the big ways that we can, and there's a lot of real estate there, right? So the front of the leg is able to connect to Earth. And this is if you're able to sit like this. Now, if you're not able to sit like this.
I don't have a clue what your legs are doing. Are they in easy pose? Or are they in rock
No,
pose?
I'm not in easy pose. I'm in rock pose.
Okay, all right, I got you.
I'm in rock pose.
Okay.
This is kind of, let's see if I can. Yeah, I'm in rock pose. So in rock pose, you should be able, again, Earth is touching Earth in this. Now, so this is actually one of the most stable positions that you can be in. Now, not everyone can bring their knees into this position, right? Not everyone is able to do that. So the modification, if people are able to do it, the modification is something under their butt where they're up. Now, again, is it going to make or break the Kriya? No, it's not, but it does make the Kriya much more effective. Does that make sense so far? Right, and so that's a lot of times when we say, if you can't make it to the Earth, you bring the Earth to you. Okay, now the spleen meridian, so stomach energy is going to go down. Because again, we want to digest. Stomach energy that goes up is called vomiting. We don't want to vomit. We want the stomach energy to go down. So, like we established, it's going to start in the face. It's going to come down the front of the body. And then it's going to connect to its pair. So that yang organ is going to connect to the yin pair, which is the spleen. The spleen is going to come up. So now the spleen in this new chair here. So the spleen is going to come up, and it's going to come up the inside of the thighs. It's going to come up to either side of the belly button, so just outside where the stomach is. It's going to come up to support the breast on either side of the breast, and then it terminates about halfway through the ribs. So with that spleen and stomach, any sort of motion where we're forward and up is going to affect both the spleen and the stomach meridians. Make sense so far? Okay, so let's do a Kriya where you get to experience this. All right, so have a sip of water. Hopefully you have not overeaten for lunch, because I am about to work your stomach channels. It's so good. 1 second. I always feel like, I know that you're not doing music for your practicums, but I love music, so I'm old school. Give me 1 second. guys. Okay. So let's make sure you guys are warmed up. So if you are able to come into rock pose, please come into rock pose. If you are not able to come into rock pose, please come into easy pose. Remember that easy pose is what's ever easy for you. But if you're able to tuck your shins up under you and come into that position, please do that. Hands on the stomach channel, so hands on your thighs. And I want you to inhale forward, exhale back. Inhale forward, exhale back. Now at your own pace, inhale forward, exhale back. Inhale forward, exhale back. Now remember to keep your chin nice and even. Keep your shoulders silent. Inhale forward, exhale back. Inhale forward, exhale back. It's not a rocking motion. What you're doing is like imagine that you almost have a match in your perineum and you're just striking the ground with it, right? So inhale forward, exhale back. Inhale forward, exhale back. Now again, stabilize the spine. See if you can do this without moving the shoulders front and back. So bring your chest forward, chest back. Inhale forward, exhale back. Inhale forward, exhale back. At your own pace, nice and easy. Inhale forward, exhale back. Put you guys on a timer. Inhale forward, exhale back. Feel your spine starting to loosen up, especially in that mid spine. Inhale forward, exhale back. You guys are looking good. 30 more seconds, keep going. Inhale forward, exhale back. Couple more good ones. Inhale, come to center. Retain. Sa, ta, na, ma. Exhale. Relax, shake the shoulders a little bit. Okay. Keeping your hands on your thighs. Find your sit bones, root in. You're gonna inhale your shoulders up, exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down. You're gonna do this for a minute. At your own pace. Make sure that your hands are really connected to your thighs. And when you drop those shoulders like you mean it. Drop it like it's hot. Inhale up, exhale down. Now, see if you can get things to shake a little bit when you drop. Inhale up, exhale. Stay connected. Connected to the breath and connected to the movement. Never go past the point of pain. Pain is your friend because pain tells you when to stop. So always stop short of pain. Inhale up, exhale down. See if you can drop your chin just a little bit so chin is even with the floor. There you go. Inhale up. Hold, 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 hold. Squeeze everything. Inhale up, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze everything. Your eyeballs, your fingers, your toenails, squeeze your ears, squeeze your jaw. Exhale and drop. Let's go. Let's shake it out for a second. Yeah, there you go. You guys feeling it? All right, come on down flat to your back. Deceptively easy. So I'm gonna have you lie down flat on your back. Now, if you need something to support your neck, please roll up something to gently support under the back of your neck because you're gonna be here for about 10 minutes. Okay? Please take your palms and face your palms flat towards the ground in this position. So you're flat, flat. And what I would please like you to do, we're gonna do alternating leg lifts. So you're gonna inhale and lift the right leg up to 90 degrees, exhale down, repeat with the left leg. Inhale up, exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down. Use the breath to help move that leg. And if you can straighten the leg a little bit, great. If you can't, fine. But this exercise is very specifically for the lower digestive area. And again, deep, powerful breathing. Allow the breath to move you. Inhale up, exhale down at your own pace. But you're alternating left up, left down, right up, right down, left up, left down, right up, right down. So remember that big word I used, peristalsis? This is a type of manual peristalsis where you're actually moving the intestines. You're moving the large intestine, you're moving the small intestine. And if I've done my job well, you're all gonna poop after this. You're gonna poop greatly. You're gonna poop like an NFL player. Left leg up, left leg down, right leg up, right leg down. Guys are gonna have abs of steel after this. Gonna make The Rock embarrassed, shameful, because you're gonna have the best abs after this. Use the breath, keep it up. Now, if you need to shift your hands under your lower back to support you, shift your hands. Give that lower back like a little bit of support. If you need to add a support to under your neck to stabilize the spine, add the support. And really see if you can bring up to 90 degrees. You guys are students, I've been doing this for a while, so I'm going to give you full times. So keep going. Keep going, you've got this. Use the breath. Hopefully you're sweating bullets by now. We have a nice, good long rest at the end of this Kriya, not at the end of this exercise, but at the end of the Kriya. So if you got to put your mind somewhere, put your mind there, but leg up, leg down, leg up, leg down. Use the diaphragm, feel the diaphragm. You're moving the entire spleen channel and the entire stomach channel here. Now, if you're starting to get tired, keep going. If you're starting to get tired, I'm going to give you a secret. Engage the pelvic floor. By engaging the pelvic floor, it's actually going to make this a lot easier because you guys got a whole 7 minutes left. Keep going. So engage the pelvic floor. Remember that exercise we did? where I had you engage cranium, sex organs, rectum. Engage those muscles in the lower pelvis to help you move through this. Left leg up, right leg down, right leg up, right leg down, left leg up, left leg down. Keep going, you guys got this. Use the breath, use the pelvic floor. All right, let's give you some other music here to help you out. Leg up, leg down. Go, keep going.
Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari.
Keep going. Leg up, leg down. Let the breath move you. Let your pelvic floor move you. Again, never go past the point of pain, but keep up.
Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari.
You guys are gonna sleep so well tonight. I'm gonna give you some secrets on how to sleep even better. Keep going.
Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari.
Come on, guys, you're almost there.
Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari.
Keep going. This is your impossible for today. I haven't asked for an impossible yet today. This is it.
Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari.
Keep going. Keep going.
Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari. Govinda, Govinda, Hari, Hari.
guys are almost there. Come on. You guys are going to be feeling this in the pelvis. You're going to be feeling it in the lower back. Support yourself if you need to. Plan on an Epsom salt bath tonight. It's going to be your best friend. Keep going. This is all stomach channel. You guys are teachers. Figure out how to do this because you're figuring this out for your future students. You have 20 seconds left on this. So see if you can dig deep. Now, as you're figuring this out, I'm going to coach you through the next one because we're not going to stop. There's no break between the two. So here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Legs down, legs up, arms up, palms facing each other, legs down, legs up, legs down, legs up. These are leg lifts. You're going to keep your palms facing each other, legs down, legs up. Find that stability point. Use the breath. There we go. Legs down, legs up. Inhale as you bring them up. Exhale as you bring them down. Don't worry, you're not here as long as you were for the other one. This is specifically for the upper digestion and solar plexus. See if you can challenge yourself, see if you can keep the knees straight to bring them up to 90 degrees. Do the best you can with this. And again, relax the shoulders, bring the arms, the hands directly in front of the heart line. So they're straight up, your arms should be above the heart, maybe about 4 to 5 inches apart. Legs up, legs down. Keep going, use the breath, use the diaphragm, and use your Mula Bandha, perineum, sex organs, rectum. Guys got this. Legs up, legs down.
Can we flex feet or point them?
You can flex whatever you have to. You have to figure out how to do this safely and comfortably for yourself. Keep going, you have 3 more minutes on this. But yes, of course, you can bend your knees or rest anytime, right? So this is not a pain Olympics. This is really more about stimulating and moving that solar plexus, moving that digestion. Do the best you can. You guys are doing amazing. Again, use the breath. Exhale, inhale those legs up. Exhale as you lower them. You're going to feel a burning. So this is moving the muscle system, the lymph system. And this is moving that solar plexus we were talking about. This is engaging that solar plexus. That is engaging that deep, deep seated place that's deep within the core. Keep going. Two more minutes. Now, part of the beauty of Kundalini Yoga is for every action, there is an opposite equal reaction. So you're almost there, and you're going to come, after this, we're going to come into a relaxed position. The harder you work here, the deeper the relaxation, you're almost there. There's going to be a big payoff on this one for you guys. Guys got this. You're, oh my God, you're so amazing. Doing full times on this, teachers. You guys are great. Almost there. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left, and then you never have to do this again in your life if you don't want to. Or you're going to feel so amazing that you'll want to do it every day. It's going to be one or the other. I don't know. Keep going. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fantastic. Bring your knees to your chest and hug your knees. And your only job for the next 5 minutes is to hang out here. So support your lower back, support under the back of your neck if you need to. But you're crunching that stomach channel. This is going to relax the heart. And hopefully we'll get a couple good farts out of this too. So it's going to eliminate gas, relax the heart, relax the rib cage. Allow the head and back to relax. Really nice position to put like a towel or a sweatshirt or something under your neck. Rock side to side if you need to. Don't fall asleep, stay with me. Want to hug one knee, hug the other knee, that's totally fine. Find that comfortable position. Relax your jaw. Relax your shoulders. Relax your sternum. Look for places of tension and see if you can let that tension go a little bit. Now, if we're in studio, I probably recommend, recommend supporting the neck in any sort of flat position like this, where you can have students roll up the blanket and put it under their neck. Stay supported. Make sure that stomach and spleen meridian now is like still crunched up. So this is the Nabi Kriya. I just have 30 more seconds in this position. So we're going to move into the next position seamlessly. So enjoy the last 10 seconds. Okay, now what you're gonna do is you're gonna open your arms, lay them flat on the floor with the palms up, out next to you like a snow angel, if you can do it. So directly at a 90 degree out to your sides. You're going to extend your feet 60 degrees out at an angle, so not 90, 60 degrees out. You're gonna come open, now close and go back into that original position like a crunch. Yep, you're gonna hug your knees. Now you're gonna open and close. Open and with your legs, so I'm not describing this right. I'm so sorry. Let's do this one more time. Come back into the original position where you're hugging your knees. You are going to open your arms 90 degrees out to the side. 90 degrees, palms up. There you go. Legs out at a 60 degree angle. Close your legs, ankles together, ankles together. So close your knees, close your legs. So your legs are gonna be at a 60 degree angle, and then you're gonna hug back in. So open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close. No, keep your ankles together. You're not opening your legs. Your legs are coming out at a 60 degree angle and back up to your navel. Out, so point your toes out, bring your knees back to the chest. Point your toes out, knees back to the chest. So this exercise is going to change the magnetic field, and this is opening the center. You guys are getting it. This is good. So, and if it can be one open movement and one closed movement. Hi,
arms crossing each other in front of heart space?
Let's see. If you need an example, watch Angie. Angie's got it. Right, but it's one move together, Angie. So open, close. Yep. Now open, close together. There she goes. There we go. Angie's got it. That's the example. You see that? Close.
Can our head be flat on the ground?
Yes, do whatever you got to do to make this work. You're going to figure out the modification. Again, support your back, support your neck in this if you need to. So ideally, you're hugging your knees to your chest. So in that closing, grab your, yeah, there you go, Kim. You got it. There you go. Again, this is all about manual peristalsis. This is all about moving the small intestine and the large intestine. This is also going to break up any sort of soft tissue adhesions. This is moving the lymphatic system through the pelvis. And this is acting as a lymphatic pump. Keep going, you guys got a while here. So figure out how to do this comfortably. You know, we always have to be mindful of different injuries. We all move through space a little bit differently. So find the comfortable way of doing this for your body. Use the breath. Inhale and open the arms. Extend the legs. And pulling the knees to the chest. Let that help you exhale. Get that last little bit of breath out. In the hugging of the knees, you're engaging that spleen channel. The last point in the spleen channel, it resides right in the middle of the center of the ribs. And I used to have this Russian teacher, a supervisor when I was a student. And anytime we had a patient who was kind of in emotional turmoil, she would say, "Darling, go needle their spleen. They need a hug." So working with the spleen is one of the most gentle things you can do for yourself. You guys got it. Keep it up. Keep it up. The relaxation on the other side of all of this is going to be magnificent. Up, you guys got this. Keep going. What's going to inspire you with this? Use that mula bandha, perineum, sex organs, and rectum. Close it, tighten up that mula bandha, use it to help pull in. It's going to make it a lot easier. Don't be relying on your abs for this. Really, if you can discover that spacing in the pelvic floor, it's going to make a world of difference. And you're going to have a lot more endurance. Like Hari said, this is about endurance building.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. One with mom now.
Keep going, guys. Concentrate on the music if you need to help you with this one, because we got a while. Keep going. Keep going, don't lose your rhythm. Gracious reception. Inhale, open. Accept, open. Exhale, just let it go. Let everything go. Inhale, open. Exhale, close, squeeze it out. Let everything go. Keep going. Keep going. You guys got this. Come on, teachers. Absolutely beautiful. Keep going. In. Open, gracious reception. Close whatever you don't need. Pelvic floor, psoas, diaphragm. You're engaging those three big ones. Keep going. Keep going. All stomach channel, all spleen. Guys are almost there, I promise. We're not gonna go 1 second over. Keep moving. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now bring both legs up to 90 degrees. Hug your left leg to your chest. Hug your left leg to your chest with both hands. And then your right leg, you're gonna bring up and down with the breath. This is only for 1 minute. This is to open the hips up. So bring it up and down with the breath. Inhale up, exhale down. This is only for 1 minute. This is really just to get those hip flexors back open. Inhale up, exhale down. What we're gonna do is we're gonna switch here in 1 second. So keep going. Let's open up that. You guys did a lot of work in the solar plexus. A lot of work, so keep going. A lot of work. 30 more seconds and then we're gonna switch legs. And just hug the leg, be kind to yourself. Get those hips back open, start to release the gluteus maximus. So you're gonna switch legs. So hug the opposite leg and move. Yeah, there you guys go, you got it. Inhale up, exhale down. You're gonna do this for 1 minute.
Kindness of the heart.
Guys did a lot of work in those hip flexors, a lot of work in those abs, and a lot of work in that pelvic floor. It's gonna set the hips and the lower spine. Bend your knee if you have to. Okay, we're gonna do one more cycle of this. So bring the leg up, bring it to your chest, switch legs, hug it, and opposite leg, up and down. And we're just doing this for 1 minute. Again, we gotta reset that lower back because you guys, it's so, like, I didn't want your lower back to take too much of a hit. So just hug one leg and move the other leg up and down. So choose whichever one you're gonna do. Yeah, there you go. So hug one leg and the other one's gonna come up and down. Yeah, there you go, Kim, you got it. And it doesn't have to be fast. At your own pace, there's no race here. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch legs. This is the last set. This is the last time that you're gonna have to do this. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. That might be a little bit more comfortable to hold the back of the hamstring to stabilize yourself. Yeah, there you go. If it's more comfortable, great. If it's not, hold your ankle again. But find that place of comfort with this. We all have different levels of flexibility. Hyperflexibility is just as difficult as being unflexible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Drop your legs. There you go. Roll your ankles out. Kind of shake it out on the ground. I know, this is not an easy one, teachers. This is not an easy one. So we have one more exercise, but please come up and stand on your feet. And this one we only have to do for 3 minutes. This is not like another like, I'm destroying you. So just stand up, kind of shake it out, find your hips if you can remember where your, I mean, I know you know where your hips are.
I
but
can't
find
even
that-
stand up.
I know. That's why we're gonna talk about Epsom salt baths tonight for you guys. Okay, so we're just gonna do a couple minutes of front bends, right? Again, this is just to reset, and this is inhale up very slowly with deep breathing. So where we're gonna start is I want you to cock the wrists, and you're gonna bring them up above the head. So your palms are facing the sky. You're gonna hug your ears. So raise the arms over the head so they're hugging. Press the fingers back. So exhale as you bend forward and come as close to the ground as you can. And this is a slow, controlled motion all the way down to where you can touch comfortably. Don't go over your range of motion. And then you're going to inhale up. Exhale, forward bend. As close to the ground as you can get. Inhale up. Apply Mula Bandha on the inhale. Be sure that you are hinging safely at the hip. Please try, as you're hugging the ears, to move the head and the arms as one unit. Keep the hands cocked back. You guys have 30 more seconds of this, but this is a slow, controlled motion. This is specifically for the spinal fluid and the aura. We're getting everything to circulate. Because we were down on the ground and now we want everything to move. Keep those elbows next to the ears if you can. Hug the ears. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now speed it up. You're going to do this fast as you're comfortably able to for 1 minute. Okay, as fast as you comfortably can do this. Right, exhale as you bend forward to touch the ground, keeping the arms straight and hugging the ears. Inhale up, exhale down. Hinge at the hips. Use the Mula Bandha on the exhale. Don't use your arms as a counter pendulum. So if you need to, like, cross your arms in front of you, but see if you can keep the elbows next to the ears. 20 more seconds. Ten, come on fast. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Amazing. You guys just did your impossible today. So please come down into Shavasana. You guys have a good 15-minute rest that you've earned here. So come on to your back. Grab a covering if you happen to have one. So the instructions are simply to totally relax.
चाक रहे देव दानव मुन चक चक पियम्बवाना आत्म उपदेश बेस संजम को जाप सोहज पाजाप सदा रहे कंचन सिकाया कालन कबहु व्याप सदा कंचन सिकाया कालन कबहु व्याप सदा कंचन सिकाया कालन कबहु व्याप सदा कंचन सिकाया कालन कबहु व्याप
To your body. Wiggle your fingers. Wiggle your toes. Turn up the ankles. Start to roll your wrists back into your body. Please take your hands and rub your palms together. Please generate some very good heat in the palms. Quick, 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 quick. If you can, rub the bottoms of your feet together. Do little crickets. Cricket, 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 cricket. Excellent. Place your feet flat on the ground and take your palms and cover your eyes. Feel that heat radiate into the eyeballs, down the back of the optic nerve. Slowly start to open your eyes behind your hands. And then as you're able to, take some good deep breaths and please come up into easy pose. Remember, easy pose being whatever is easy for you. If you need to sit in a chair, sit on the edge of your bed. You want to sit, lotus on the ground, whatever works. Totally fine. So in this position, please bring the hands into Gyan Mudra. So that's pointer finger, thumb, rested on the knees. So let your hands rest over the knees. Eyes are gently closed. As your eyes are gently closed, let your eyes roll up just a little. See if you can put a little stress on that optic nerve. And in this position, in Gyan Mudra, let your body feel in perfect balance. Find where you can sit in this posture without effort. And allow all your attention to gather on the breath. I want you to please sense the breath as a quality of motion. Notice how it moves in the different parts of your body as you breathe in a steady, even, meditative rhythm. Notice how the breath moves. Notice where the breath goes as you continue to meditate. Now, in this breath, please bring your attention right to where the third eye is, right between the eyebrows. And please focus the attention internally, taking that attention, dropping it from the brow to the navel point. So concentrate just below the bottom of the belly button. Feel the motion and the life energy of the breath. Visualize the body as luminous. As you inhale, the light increases in brightness, extension, and penetration. Let that breath and the light merge with the entire cosmos. Let the breath breathe you. Experience yourself as a unit and the cosmos as unlimited. Feel that you are part of the vastness. The breath is a wave on a much greater ocean of energy of which you are a part. Notice the motions and the changes, and do not try to alter it, just notice it. Observe it and learn it. Observe your baseline from it. Sensitizing your awareness to notice the state of energy and motion in your breath. You must calibrate to this baseline to notice and appreciate the effect of various pranayama meditation. Let the breath Breathe. Just simply observe. Inhale. Retain. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Keep it out. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. Sa, ta, na, ma. Retain. Sa, ta, na, ma. Exhale. Sa, ta, na, ma. Bring your attention back to the conversation. Bring your hands to heart center. Prayer position. Start moving them. Get some good chi in. Get some good chi in. Move, 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 and then shake out your hands. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. From wherever you are, come back. Ah! I feel like Kevin from Home Alone. Ah! All right, very good. So I want to hear about your guys' experience with this. How was it? Besides hellacious, how was it?